We shot one scene in between takes. He says, I think the scene could be even more powerful if you hand me
a chance, can you call the roll?
Good.
Present. House. Gray.
Here.
Jones.
Here.
Slight.
Present.
Spencer. Present. Starr.
Present.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So first up, I'm going to call the Say Yes Cleveland Family Support Specialist, number 52-2023. Diane Downing, if you could come to the table with your team.
Which one is this, Madam Chairwoman?
This is ordinance number 52-2023.
Is this,
This is the Say Yes Cleveland Family Support Specialist. Good afternoon, Diana. Do you want to introduce your team?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm Diane Downing. I'm the Executive Director of Say Yes Cleveland, and to my left is,
Sharice Ryan. I am the Director of Student and Family Support
Talk
Services.
into that one, yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's
I'm Sharice Ryan. I am the Director of Student and Family Support Services for Say Yes Cleveland.
and I'd like to, with your permission, just ask the administrative team of Say Yes Cleveland and our team leads, who are family support specialists, but also manage the work of 11 or 12 of our 104 family support specialists. So if the Say Yes team would stand, please. Don't be shy.
Oh, wow.
This is a very dedicated group of individuals who work really tirelessly every day and are, working with 104 family support specialists.
Yeah, well, thank you, Diane, and thank you for all you do. Okay, so you have a presentation up on the screen. Okay, you could start, and then Chief, hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good.
Council, thank you, Chair. So I'm going to walk you through the overview of this initiative, and then the Say Yes team is looking forward to answering your questions.
You know what, Chief? I forgot to do this, so let me read the legislation just for our audience. Okay, so ordinance number 52-2023, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Finance to enter into an agreement with College Now Greater Cleveland, Inc. as a fiscal agent to Say Yes Cleveland for family support specialist service for students attending the Cleveland Metropolitan School District and its partner schools in Cleveland for a period of approximately 4 months.
Thank you. So Say Yes Cleveland provides two crucial connected benefits to Cleveland students: support services for students and their families from pre-K through high school graduation, and post-secondary tuition scholarships after high school. Say Yes support services are designed to help students stay on track throughout their school careers so that they are ready to take full advantage of the Say Yes Cleveland scholarships after high school graduation. Say Yes Cleveland supports center on a family support specialist, connecting students and families to needed programs and services. After a 4-year ramp-up since the launch in 2019, Say Yes Cleveland now has a family support specialist for all 104 CMSD partner and partner charter schools. Support services and scholarships are co-equal pillars of Say Yes Cleveland, and the full game-changing promise of the program only works with both pillars in place. Cleveland's private sector has raised $98 million towards scholarships already, but those funds are separate and cannot be used for the Say Yes Cleveland support services, which are funded through collaborative efforts and funds of Say Yes Cleveland's public partners. Current year funding for Say Yes Family Support Specialists faces a funding gap that must be filled quickly, or Say Yes Cleveland Family Support Specialists will have to be laid off. The proposed $600,000 from the City of Cleveland would help to fill the funding gap and keep family support specialists at work serving Cleveland's kids. The strategy behind Say Yes Cleveland is to improve Cleveland's economy, neighborhoods, and workforce over the coming generations. This will happen by offering college and career training tuition scholarships to every eligible CMSD and partner charter school graduate for the next 25 years. And by helping students from pre-K through 12th grade to stay on track or get back on track through the interventions of family support specialists, so students are prepared to take full advantage of the Say Yes to Cleveland scholarships. Family support specialists provide the type of wraparound prevention and intervention services that can make a lasting impact in communities with significant multi-generational poverty. Sustaining their work is a necessity to fully leveraging the historic private investment already made toward the Say Yes Cleveland Scholarship Fund. There are some key metrics that this program uses to determine their success. On the support service impact measures side, they look at referrals for programs and services, interventions and assistance to students and families, completion of Say Yes Cleveland student, teacher, and family surveys, and over the long term, they also look at attendance, graduation rates, reduction in the need for repeated interventions among individual students or families. On the scholarship impact measures, they look at the percent of graduates enrolling in college or career training, the money paid out in scholarships, college persistence and retention rates, and scholarship students graduating with their degree. This initiative has had broad community support. You'll see listed here the convening partners, which include the City of Cleveland, the Cleveland Metropolitan School District, Cuyahoga County, the Cleveland Foundation, the United Way of Greater Cleveland, and College Now Greater Cleveland. To just take you a little deeper into how this program works, the approach to intervention here is that family support specialist interventions are made using a unique to the program post-secondary planning system. This is a data platform that's informed by confidential student, teacher, and family surveys developed at Johns Hopkins to help identify students who are off track and offering appropriate supports in addition to spotting red flags that need urgent assistance. The family support specialists are based in Cleveland Metropolitan School District and partner charter schools so that they're familiar and available to students and families. They meet with students and families regularly to solve challenges and link them to solutions. The family support specialists are part of each school's leadership and student support teams and work year-round. Just this first half of the school year, from August to December of 2022 alone, family support specialists made 7,532 referrals for programs and services to local students. The cost of this investment, the full year program cost for all of the family support specialists is $9.4 million. The current funding gap that Say Yes faces for this year is $3.5 million. $600,000 from the City of Cleveland is needed to help close the current year gap and will leverage other contributions. To speak to sustainability, we acknowledge that Say Yes Cleveland ramped up support services over the last 4 years with a funding model that calls for 1/3 of family support specialist salaries and benefits to be paid by CMSD and partner charter schools, and 2/3 paid by Cuyahoga County with the reimbursement of county funding from federal Title IV-E funds dispersed by the state of Ohio. This year, it was learned that this reimbursement of county funds over the past 3 years has not been at the level they anticipated. The lack of certainty of greater reimbursement this year, coupled with reductions in the availability of county HHS funds, meant that the county had to reduce their Say Yes funding by more than 50%. This shortfall has created the $3.5 million current year gap that Say Yes Cleveland must fill to employ family support specialists through the full fiscal year. Say Yes scholarship funds are separate, I just want to acknowledge that again, and cannot be used to fill the gap. Every effort is being made to secure an increase in state reimbursement of county funds for future years, along with stable additional funding sources so that this issue does not arise again. We're hopeful about the progress already made and confident that long-term solutions will be found. And with that, we welcome your questions, Chair.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. So I do have a few questions before we open it up to my colleagues. So, and I've talked to you about this, ARPA dollars, one-time allocations. I know you mentioned a little bit in your PowerPoint something about a long-term solution, but at this time, you don't have a solution on the sustainability for these wages moving forward, correct?
I would like to invite Diane Downing to speak to that.
Okay.
To the chair, we are working with the state of Ohio to work with them on a process to be able to access Title IV-E funding, which was the original plan for the program. And these are federal funds that flow to the state and then to the county, so that there would not be going forward the use of levy funds, and we would also have a sustainable funding source going forward. Those discussions are ongoing, but have been very productive so far, and so that is why this is a one-time request.
So Diane, let's just say, worst case scenario, that doesn't fall through. Do you have a plan B to sustain this project or the wages of these employees?
Madam Chair, we would look at other types of funding that speak to keeping families together. Title IV-E is preventive funding to keep children out of foster care, and so there would also be other opportunities there. But I think that the Title IV-E path is one that the state is endorsing and is working with us quite a bit and very collaboratively to put that into place.
Got it. Right here, through your budget, it does say it listed the salaries, fringe benefits. How many employees with the 600,000 are we covering?
Madam Chair, we are covering all 104 family support specialists for a period of 3 weeks.
Oh. Wow. What else do I have here? Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
What does, if we could request what a support specialist does?
Go ahead, Diane.
To the chair, to the councilman, a family support specialist is a very key part of Say Yes Cleveland. These are individuals, one is assigned to every CMSD school and our partnering charters, and they are there to get to know the needs of students and families and to work with students and families to eliminate any challenges that they may be having, either academically or with legal services, the need for mental health services, providing food when that's necessary, making referrals for eyeglasses and health, as well as providing hygiene products in each school and clothing availability to our students. So the point of a family support specialist is, again, to get to know the students and families, to do the interventions that are critical to keeping students learning without outside challenges and to keeping families together.
Yeah. Thank you, Diane. Does that clarify your point?
Yes.
So Diane, we know just as council members that a lot of our families, they do struggle and they do have a lot of challenges. And so this is just, it's a huge undertaking, and I'm curious to know, how much do these specialists get paid a year?
Madam Chair, with salary and benefits, it's $69,000.
That's not good. Okay. And last but not least, I'm curious to know about the public universities. How are they contributing to this program?
Madam Chair, concerning our scholarship program,
Yes,
correct? So the $98 million that has been raised for Say Yes scholarships provides those scholarships to all of the public colleges and universities in Ohio. We have memorandums of understanding with each of those colleges and universities that if the student is accepted, that we will provide through Say Yes scholarships, tuition scholarships after all other grants are applied. So that is how it works with the public universities, and that is for, those are for 4-year programs, 2-year programs, as well as certificates, trade certificates. So every Ohio College and University Pell eligible program is covered. We also have over 100 colleges and universities in the private sector across the country that are private institutions that have made commitments through memorandums of understanding to grant tuition scholarships with their funds, with their private funds, to eligible students in the Say Yes program.
Got it. And I have to ask, as you know, I represent a highly populated of Latinos that don't speak the language, and I'm curious to know, do you have any family specialists that are bilingual?
We do. We have several, and one of our team leads, Alexandra Mora, who is here today, is also bilingual.
Oh, good. Thank you. And so now I'll just turn it over to my colleagues. I have Councilman Starr first on the list.
Madam Chairwoman, can you put me
Yeah, you want to?
Thank you, Chairwoman Santana. Thank you, everyone, for coming today for this committee. Just a few questions that I definitely wanted to ask regarding ordinance number 52-2023. First, I was just for my colleagues as well around the table, through the chair, Ms. Diane, can you just elaborate on a little bit about yourself, your background, what led you to become in this role, executive director for Say Yes?
To the chair, to the councilman, I came to Cleveland over 40 years ago now when I graduated from college in New York. While I didn't grow up here, I certainly have made Cleveland my home. I spent 20 years working in 2 administrations at Cleveland City Hall for Mayor Voinovich and Mayor White. I was the project manager for the Browns Stadium. I worked for the Cleveland Browns as the stadium operations manager. I worked for Senator Voinovich as his district, leading his district office here, and have also worked for Huntington Bank as a senior vice president in corporate relations.
All right, thank you. Chair, to the chair, Ms. Diane, what's your background as it stems from education?
To the chair, to the councilman, I don't have a specific background in education. I've educated 3 children, but my degree is a bachelor's degree in political science.
Okay. I just wanted to ask that just so I can get clarification on what we're doing. And then I want to ask, I know Chief mentioned through the chair that we're working on a business plan or something of that sort. I'm trying to figure out, do we have an actual build out for the next couple of years from Say Yes since it started, as far as how we're going to continue the sustainability overall, those goals, those numbers, deliverable, the outcome measurements? Do we have that through the chair?
Madam Chair, to the councilman, there are a couple of pieces to that question. We have now finished the 4-year ramp-up of placing a family support specialist in every CMSD and partnering charter school. That means that every school has their services, and so we can now measure the number of referrals that they make for students and families in each school. We can measure the topics or the needs by looking at all of those referrals, and that will tell us where we need to emphasize our work. But in addition to that, as we have talked about, we are looking for a way to be financially sustainable through the granting of Title IV-E funds from the federal government to the state and then to the county. And that will be the path to lead us to a significant portion of financial stability. As you can see, we also receive funding from every school district and partnering charter to help fund our family support specialists. And so that is the other piece, important piece of sustainable funding. And then a third piece is continuing to work with Cuyahoga County for their contribution as we work with students and families.
Thank you. Through the chair to Ms. Diane, another question would be, what is the turnover ratio for family support specialists?
To the chair, to the councilman, it is very low. We have had a total of 10 over 4 years.
So 10, so for the last 4 years, only 10 have left?
To the chair, to the councilman, yes.
Okay. And then I want to talk about the Say Yes scholarship application or process. From my knowledge, Say Yes is those opportunities that we're lacking in some certain neighborhoods in our district and supporting our kids. So I would just like to understand as far as how we distribute the funds for education as well as the scholarships. I know you mentioned it, we do it similar to the process that the schools do this, but what happened about the opportunity that's needed? Prime example, I've worked with some youth and they qualified for Say Yes. They were able to get some outside grants and scholarships. But the minute that they got those scholarships, it was like it was not able to help them with the needs that they may have at school because the tuition and the way Say Yes pay for the tuition is only after they whole total FAFSA packages packaged together and then they come in on the back end. So I was wondering, is there some plans to possibly change that? Because if I'm a kid, I'm a graduate from East Tech. When I graduated from East Tech and went to Baldwin-Wallace, it was expensive. I was able to get scholarships from Boys and Girls Clubs. I was able to get scholarships from all these different organizations. But if Say Yes is saying that they're going to cover my books and my education component, wouldn't that be from the front end? So therefore, all the extra additional work that I've done on the back end should be some support for me to get through to college. I still got room and board. I still have other resources and needs that those grants could possibly cover without putting me even in a more burden of possibly having to get a loan, because Say Yeses came in on the back end and gave me $3,000 when I could have needed $10,000 or $12,000, or Baldwin-Wallace $40,000 just for the education component every year. So through the chair, I would like to see if there are any plans to adjust or work on the Say Yes scholarship so it can really do the important needs that some students may have from CMSD while they become recipients of the Say Yes scholarship?
To the chair, to the councilman, those are all questions that we are looking at through our scholarship board. Because the scholarship funds are separate, we also have a scholarship board that administers them. Right now, the criteria for the scholarship is that you had to attend a CMSD or partnering charter high school for 4 years and also live within the boundaries of the district for 4 years. They are tuition scholarships only now, and they are applied after other scholarships are applied. However, we are looking at the challenges that you've cited and looking at providing opportunity grants that to our scholars at Tri-C because many of them are Pell eligible, have their tuition covered. We're also looking at broadening the scope, with working with our public colleges and universities throughout the state to see what they can add to the Say Yes scholarship. So there are programs at different campuses.
Okay.
And it is something that we are very aware of and looking at. However, we want to maintain Say Yes for 25 years, and that requires, raising the money to do that. So it's a balance.
Okay. I got a couple more questions, Chair. As far as the family support specialists and the work that they do you have any data that show how many kids they actually work with throughout the school and not just referrals. I know you put out the number of 7,534 referrals, and sometimes I look at numbers, I dive deep into it because it could say amongst this table or all 17 council members, you can easily have each one of us 5 referrals, and it will reciprocate that we're doing almost 90 referrals. But it's only for 17 individuals. Do you have data to show what the family support specialist does with individual students and the amount of number of those who has been serviced, and what's the outcomes from those services? Through the chair.
The chair to the councilman, we do. In addition to referrals that are listed, the number is listed here, we also ask our family support specialists to make a note on every interaction that they have with a student or a student's family. I don't have the most updated numbers with me, but I do. There have been over 50,000 case notes made since the beginning of for the 21-22 school year. But I can also provide to you, Councilman Starr, the updated numbers for the last semester. So yes, to answer your question, we do ask the family support specialists to keep track of every interaction they have with a student or a family.
Through the chair, one point. So just to make sure I go in depth of the question that I want to get an answer to make sure I say it right, I have East Tech, George Washington Carver, Alfred A. Bennett, School of Arts, Antoine Cardina, Maryland Sterling, as well as, I just went blank. So I have all these schools in Ward 5. From the family support specialist, out of the number of enrollment students there that go to the school, can you have a hardcore number on each one of those students? Say, for instance, we got 400 students at East Tech. Out of those 400 students, how many of them have received one referral? And then also data to see how many other additional referrals in some type of database to see what is actually happening with that child. Do we have something like that, Chair, through the?
Madam Chair, to the councilman, yes. I don't have that level of specificity right now, but I will get that to you.
So you do
And we
track?
do.
So to the chair, you do have that information?
Yes.
And to
To the chair,
council
to the
staff, can we make a note, Chair?
Yes,
to have
Brooke,
council-
can you get that for Councilman Starr? And, just send it to all.
And have it spread out throughout the district, because we have 104 staff members that is doing this wonderful work, and I've worked with family support specialists throughout my time working with education with CMSD, so I definitely would like to see that number. Another question I would like to ask from a leadership standpoint, is your leadership diverse and is reciprocated of the district that we serve, meaning do you have some educators that have background in public education on your team working as far as the leadership, senior leadership, CMSD primarily, or anything like that, who's been inside these schools and understand the needs of the youth as well as the school? Through the chair.
Madam Chair, to the councilman, yes. We have, our family support specialists are a very diverse group, and they have diverse backgrounds. Many are social workers, but we do have family support specialists who come from the world of education. I don't know the exact breakdown of each resume, but we do look, in our hiring, we looked for men and women who have worked with children and families over the years and have the understanding of being within a school building and in an education setting.
Chair, one point. Yes, I hear that. I'm talking about more so on the senior level, executive level leadership team. I know the family support specialists, they on the grounds every day and they putting in that work. So I'm just trying to think from the hierarchy, who's giving these directions, asking for them to do certain roles or the work that they're doing, who's really the hands-on understanding from the senior level to be able to help support the family support specialist? Do we have somebody on your staff that work closely with you, whether it's yourself? I'm sorry, ma'am, I did not get your name.
Sharice Ryan.
Ms. Sharice, as well, through the chair, do you have people that are educators who are working directly with you, not just the supervisors or the 104 FSS?
Madam Chair, to the councilman, yes. Sharice Ryan, to my left, is our Director of Student and Family Services, and she leads the work of the team leads and the family support specialists. And you have a master's in education, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that means you get all the family support specialists. Okay, and then one last point that I would like to make is, this ARPA stuff is real, and just tell that to my colleagues, like, everybody want ARPA as if we have so much money to give around. And I am a strong advocate for education. I'm a strong advocate for continued education as well. But I'm looking at the district. I see that they was rewarded around $465 million, $385,631 of ARPA funds through the chair to the chief. That's correct?
That's correct.
And to this day, $299, almost 299 million has been spent, correct, to the chair?
Through the chair to the councilman, quick clarification. That is the total amount of COVID relief dollars, not solely ARPA dollars that have
Okay.
been awarded to the district, as a
Okay.
clarification. What you have here in this document is, that reflects the amount you just said, the 299 million spent, is accurate as of the most recent reporting from the district.
Okay, and
On
through
that
that,
point,
Would you allow point?
go ahead, Councilman.
thank you, distinguished gentlemen. On the point of the $465 million that has been allocated by the federal government to the Cleveland Board of Education, are you saying that you are unable to use it for what you're asking council for today?
Through the chair to the councilperson, to the councilman, the funds that you'll see here, a significant portion of these were spent in the immediate emergency of the crisis. So significant amounts of funds were spent to move to one-to-one technology, to address HVAC issues in the buildings as students came in, to provide PPE. As you look at the
Madam
ARP
Chairwoman.
ESSER 3 money,
Let her answer
I'd
real
like
quick.
to get direct to the question. It's either yes or no. Is the funds that you already have been allocated by the federal government, can you use those funds with what you're asking for council today?
Chief.
so the school district is applying funds to the Say Yes program. They pay they have already paid and committed 1/3 of the cost of the family support specialist, which is what they had committed to leading into this year. They are able legally to use their ESSER 3 funds to support this work. They have indicated a willingness to consider that. It has been made clear by many partners at the table that, particularly with regard to Say Yes, an investment from this city is an important part of getting to the full $3.5 million solution that the program needs to continue its operation.
Madam Chairwoman didn't answer the question.
I mean, she did. She's basically.
She gave us an example. The question was, and if you don't mind, Madam Chairwoman, and I'm sorry, did you
You're okay with that?
answer the question?
Okay.
To the chair, to the councilman, I believe I answered the question. The answer is yes, the ESSER funds can be used toward these purposes, and
Okay.
in many cases, the district is going to use funds for aligned purposes.
So we have a remaining total amount of how much money that that you already have in your toolbox that can be allocated to this program?
To the chair, to the councilman. As the chief of education for the city of Cleveland, I do not have a budget. The Cleveland Metropolitan School District has remaining ESSER 3 funds of $165 million that they are continuing to allocate and spend in alignment with the priorities that they have laid forward and with needs that they have identified.
Okay, and
Thank you, Madam
Councilman
Chairwoman.
Stark.
And my
Thank you.
last point, colleagues, I'm sorry. So therefore, through the chair to the chief, and great point, Councilman Jones, we're making up to to the district, how important is family support specialists?
To the chair, to the councilman, we have heard repeatedly from school leaders, from teachers in school buildings, from students and families, how incredibly important the family support specialists are. I have seen a principal in tears at the thought of losing her family support specialist because of the important role that person plays in her building and for her students. We believe that the family support specialists are playing a critical role in Cleveland schools.
So my point that I asked that question is, I see that it costs $9.4 million annually for family support specialists. I think the district should be moving towards adding that into their budget. Is that important? It shouldn't be a point that we have to go fundraise, we have to talk to other folks about asking for money or anything like that. That should be included in the budget that we already know the district has an even larger budget as far as what they do year in and year out, annual budget. But I would love to see if there's some ways that we can talk about that with possibly Chairwoman, CEO Eric Gorton. I know we're going through the CEO search and everything, but just to figure out, like, how do we get this into a point that is guaranteed we have this position in our schools, because it's very important. And I definitely would like for us to get more data on the work that is being done, because we would like to have highlights on different things. And then also making a note that we get a quarterly update from what is actually going on with family support specialists and anyone that is coming to the table as it relates to workforce education, whether it's workforce youth and all those different things, as before council decides to make a decision on what we want to support, Chairwoman. So I do think there's ways to go as far as this, and if we want to table it, I will be okay with that. But I definitely would love for us to get more data, more outcomes, more measurements, a strategic plan on what Say Yes is trying to do and how it's going to help our community. And I do support family support specialists, but I also believe the district owe a duty to these wonderful individuals who work every day in these schools, making a difference, and the district should be adding this to their budget and covering this without any question, without having the district come out or anyone come out ask for money from anyone. It should be included. And I will yield, Chair, and pass it on to any one of my colleagues.
Thank you, Councilman Starr. And once again, Brooke, if you've noted the data. And so next up, I have Councilman Slife.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Brooke, I'm going to complicate it a little more, so stick with me. I get the sense, what I'm hearing from Councilman Starr and Councilman Jones is trying to get more of a grasp of, and the school district's not in front of us. This is the Chief of Education, not CMSD, but a grasp of the district's budget, and also as it relates to their federal relief dollars of any sort, kind of what is unspent versus what's encumbered. That we dealt with this yesterday in caucus, trying to understand it looks like from the chart in front of us, much of these dollars are encumbered for specific purposes. And just for the sake of trust but verify, if wanting to make sure that we're spending every dollar most strategically, it may very well be the case that it's more strategic to keep those dollars encumbered as they are, and knowing that our city dollars may not be eligible for things that are of need for CMSD. But if we're able to kind of broaden the request would be to broaden the ask over to CMSD and just get a deeper accounting of their budget, their relief dollars, what their needs are, what's eligible, and I know that that's going to be a lot for them to provide, but I think that's the holistic information that we're asking for on this side of the table. All that being said, I will say I'm supportive of this legislation. I think that important work is being done here, and thank you, Councilman Starr, for asking what data points are available. I would argue that the most valuable data isn't available yet, only 4 years in. We're talking about, a child receiving these support services K through 12, really being able in year 13, being able to look back and make that compare and contrast, see how kids and families were brought through their education. We can get to the point now where we're starting to see trends, but I would say it's premature to really be able to declare a full victory just because we're midstream. So what I wouldn't want to do is deter us or divert us away from that path, because it's an important path. That being said, I do think that it's important for us to make sure that the funding is sustainable and we're not having to come back for future city dollars because I can't guarantee the sustainability of it. So I guess the question would be, and Ms. Downey, you spoke to this, but in your conversations with the state of Ohio, is that with the governor's office and the administration, with the General Assembly, both? I'm interested in ways that how can we contact the state, contact our delegation in the State House to really underscore the value of this from Cleveland City Council. Not that you aren't doing that already, but to supplement all the work you're doing in Columbus.
To the chair, to the councilman, actually the mayor and the mayor's office reached out to the governor and the governor's office to begin these conversations, and we're very grateful for that. Right now, I am working with the director of Ohio Jobs and Family Services and members of his executive staff to get the details down. So those are the discussions that are ongoing.
Okay, thank you. And then, so, Madam Chair, something we may want to consider on our end is how we start reaching out to our General Assembly delegation. I'm fortunate to have 3 representatives at the State House because of our new district lines. So there's 3 of them. But just to make sure, as that goes from the administrative side over to the General Assembly, that it's a seamless transition. Ms. Downing, through the chair, could you also comment on sort of the status of conversations with the county, new administration, and what operates? So clearly, their revenue had a shortfall, and for whatever reason, it was determined that there was not another revenue source that they were willing to open up. What is the status of kind of the county moving forward, and how can we be included in those conversations in a beneficial way as well?
Madam Chair, to the councilman, we are continuing conversations with the new executive, his staff. During the campaign, the now executive, Chris Ronayne, spoke of his support for family support specialists, and during transition, the role of the family support specialists in SAYS was discussed with him, and we are having ongoing conversations with members of his staff about SAYS and their commitment to it.
Okay, so thank you. And so in a similar vein, Madam Chair, I'm a big believer that something that City Council should be doing is making sure that we are essentially, I guess, lobbying up to our county government, to our state government, and really protecting the interest of our residents. So I think we should be doing something similar with our county exec, who's a Cleveland resident, as well as our county council. Kind of with that in mind, just 2 comments. In addition to Spanish language services, which is always going to be the most predominant ESL need, I know there are many students in my in the CMSD neighborhoods or schools in my neighborhood that are not English, not Spanish. They come from, a lot of Arabic-speaking students, Farsi, and anecdotally, it seems that the kids get the language quick, but I want to make sure that we're thinking of ways, wraparound services for those parents as well. Many of them who are recent immigrants who are also just on the learning curve of living in a new place. And so that there are language needs beyond Spanish as well, just not at that same scale. But I think we all know that. I just want to state that. And then the other thing is I'm interested kind of back to the data points in addition to kind of the touch points and the easy data. I'm very interested in how we can kind of develop a 2-way relationship so that as the support specialists are identifying issues of scale, how that information can be brought back to City Council so that can inform our legislative policy, and both in the near term but also as we start to see the kids that receive these services younger, how those needs maybe change over time as they age through the program.
Madam Chair, to the councilman, at the conclusion of this hearing, we have sheets for each one of the council members listing our family support specialists by school and their phone numbers and their team leads so that you can reach out to them. And we will definitely provide updates to all members of council. We can also share with you the amount of scholarship dollars by ward, so.
You beat me to it. So I was going to ask for those names. So thank you. As I said, I'm supportive of the legislation. I value the near-term need, and I just want us to be strategic in identifying the long-term solution as well, knowing that we can't be relying on not just ARPA dollars, but city dollars in perpetuity. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Slife. And you know what? Your line of questions just kind of sparked an idea. I love data, right? And I love the numbers. However, I love meeting the recipients even more and just kind of hearing their stories. So maybe we would like to plan a site visit where we meet with some of the Say Yes recipients and hear their challenges and their stories. The best policy comes from people that are experiencing those challenges. So now I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair House.
Hi, yes, good afternoon. Through the chair, to the panel, good afternoon. So a couple of questions. I think fundamentally, we are here because there is a desire for the city of Cleveland to contribute to Say Yes, because to date, there's been no financial contribution. Is that correct, yea or nay?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, there were $2 million given by the city of Cleveland to the scholarship fund at the launch of Say Yes, but the city has not provided operating support for the family support specialists. It is not our request that that be considered on an ongoing basis, but just in light of this one-time situation of the shortfall.
Just a follow-up to the chair, to the chief. So I think, well, this is fundamentally, we know we are at a impasse because to date, we do not have a solution. Today, we don't have a solution. We can all agree we don't have a solution. And so there is a reality that we may be in this situation at the end of the school year. That's where the angst comes, at least for me, right? But we're going to just put that out there. We're going to, again, hope that some things positively happen in Columbus, where I don't know how confident I am on the new, and I'm just going to be frank and honest with the change of the Ohio House as I'm hearing things that are just happening right now of how realistic or confident I am in the ability of the state. But I think there's a larger question to be had specifically going into school funding. This is where we come to. So I was looking at your budget and seeing how, not your budget, CMSD's budget. Fundamentally, I know there are requests that people are asking, well, the school district should just pay for it, but it's always a matter of where's the money going to come for to pay for the things. And we know that the way our schools are funded is not constitutional, and there was a pathway to try to at least start funding schools more equitably, which is being in question right now because I don't think it's actually going to continue. So I guess the question is, and this is your question. What is, from your purview, what is the plan to put forth a more equitable funding plan that we can present or propose for the city of Cleveland and specifically for CMSD schools?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, I would be very enthusiastic to work with you on what a path forward could look like to propose amendments to the state funding formula to better support our schools. This is a complex topic that there have been many rounds and much work on, but I would be very excited to have further conversation with you about how to explore that.
Okay. So again, I would say, well, then for this committee, as far as being a part of the education component, this is going to require a real detailed policy solution, a policy solution. We know what we are dealing with and being confronted with financially, and we will have to get into the policy work of trying to provide some solutions. But I'm going to get to this point of the $600,000. I do have a point of just clarifying. Do schools still currently have wraparound coordinators?
Madam Chair, to the councilwoman, no.
Okay. So this is really in replace of wraparound service coordinators. Because that's basically what you were describing as and I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, literally is very similar, at least from what I am hearing. So again, we really need to, we really are going to have to analyze what does it actually cost, and being able to answer a question, and I think maybe we need to, what does it actually cost to truly invest in a CMSD scholar, and I will say in a Cleveland child in particular? We should be able to answer that question as a community. I don't think we can answer that question, or at least I don't know it, so maybe somebody has to answer. And then thinking through as a community, how are we going to find the dollars necessary to educate our children regardless of the barriers that are in front of us. So, that's where we are. I understand the importance of it, but I think it is important when people are making plans to make sure you know who your partners are and make sure that you're communicating with them so we don't end up in these situations moving forward. So that's all I had to say for this.
Thank you, Councilwoman House. Yes. Well, she's done, but.
Are you done? Okay.
I had you next on the list.
Am I
so,
next anyway?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Madam Chair. I just, on the point Councilwoman House was making, I wanted to clarify that really caught my ear, that there are no more wraparound specialists at CMSD. I know that's not say yes, but is it true that, in effect, family support specialists perform a very similar function, so there's no gap in terms of how students are being served? Is that a true statement through the chair?
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, yes, there's no gap. In fact, now that we are in every school, there are actually more family support specialists than there were RAP coordinators.
Okay, but thank you, Councilwoman, for bringing that up, because I hadn't realized that the other program was no longer in place. Thanks, Madam Chair. We had great questions from our colleagues thus far today, and I think there's no doubt that I'm sure I can speak for other colleagues of mine, that we want all 104 family support specialists to remain in place. It took 4 years to ramp up to that point. I know I want them in all of my schools in Ward 15. I think there have been some really excellent points made about data collection and data sharing, and I particularly love the point made about what are family support specialists hearing from families. How can we learn about what they're hearing and translate that into better policy solutions or budget solutions to the extent we're able to do so? So hopefully this can be a beneficial cycle of information sharing now that we are fully ramped up to 104 specialists. That said, this is an unusual situation with the piece of legislation at hand and with the immediate funding request at hand. I wanted to just kind of understand one more time. I know we've touched on it, but through the chair to either the chief or to Ms. Downing, what do you anticipate this stabilized funding model? What is the desired stabilized funding model for family support specialists? It's $9.4 million a year. So we know what this year is kind of looking like with the county fund challenge. I think I really want to make sure I walk away from this conversation understanding, because I know that City of Cleveland from its general fund budget wouldn't be able to do this, correct? So what is the desired stabilized family support specialist budget in terms of funding sources?
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, the 9.4 would be made up of a contribution of about $3.3 million annually from the Cleveland Metropolitan School District, as well as every one of our partnering charters. So that's one source. The second source is a contribution from Cuyahoga County government, because the work of our family support specialists helps to keep students and families together. And then the other portion is the ability to access a stable stream of funding, Title IV-E funding, that is, as I mentioned, federal funds that flow through the state and then to the county. These funds, again, are used to for preventive services to keep students and families together.
Thank you. And then through the chair to Ms. Downing, do we anticipate that the county would continue at 4.9 million a year? Is that what would be anticipated? And is that the right number? I hope so.
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, most of that is the money that would flow through from the federal government to the state, to the county.
Through the chair to Ms. Downing, so it's not the current funds that, is it the same funds the county is using now?
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, no, in the last 3 years, because the Title IV-E funding was not approved, the county had substituted Health and Human Service levy money, and that is no longer viable.
So through the chair to Ms. Downing, those are the funds, the Health and Human Services funds are being used this year only, sort of to end for the current, there are county funds involved this year.
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, yes, there are $1.6 million of county funding, but the reason there is the shortfall is that the county ended the contribution of the Health and Human Services levy money.
Thank you. And through the chair to Ms. Downing, I'm sorry, just trying to really understand this. The 1.6 million, what is the source of those funds, those county funds?
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, I believe that was general fund money from the county.
Okay. So then I think my concluding question is, in terms of a stabilized budget over time, the 3.3 million from CMSD and partnering charters makes a lot of sense. Sounds like there's an unknown number of what the county will be able to provide going forward and a desired funding source, but not, you referenced federal funding. Is there any order of magnitude, and what is that source of funds?
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, it's Title IV-E funding.
Okay, so that was the state, those were the state funds.
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, there are federal funds that flow through the state of Ohio and then are accessed by Cuyahoga County.
Okay, so I think I'm almost there. So through the chair, it would be a combination of Cuyahoga County Title IV-E funds and then Say Yes securing separately Title IV-E funds through the state. Incorrect?
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, the Title IV-E funding would be part of the county's funding because it flows to the county and then would come as a funding source for Say Yes.
Okay. So basically, there are two funding sources in a stabilized budget: the school contributions, and then Cuyahoga County funds, which are comprised of these Title IV-E funds, and that's what's needed to make up on an annual basis the 9.4 million.
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, yes.
Okay, I'm there. So,
You want a point?
oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
So the question of thinking with the, you know what, no, I'm not going to ask that question. It was a question about healthcare because we just understood a 24% increase in healthcare and how that is, at least which was presented to us, and what impact that will have on the budget moving forward. So I don't know what percentage of your budget is considered of healthcare for employees.
Thank you. Yeah. And then, when does Say Yes anticipate that we would know the status of that? So it's the majority of the annual budget for the family support specialists would have to then come through the Title IV-E, through that relationship with the state and the county. When is it anticipated that that would be known, whether those funds would be secured?
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, we are working with all deliberate speed. I hope in the next 2 to 3 months we will know.
Okay. Well, I know that we'll all be very anxious to hear an update on that. And, again, we want to keep the family support specialists in place and contribute to the success of this school year. I have one other question, Madam Chair. I think it's just, sorry if I missed the memo on this one. Just a minor question, curious. I think the legislation states that College Now is the fiscal agent, and I just wanted to ask about that relationship.
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, we use College Now as our fiscal agent and the entity that provides the disbursement of salaries and benefits because I believe in a lean administrative staff, and they have been doing this work and provided us with the opportunity to have them as our fiscal agent. So that was my administrative decision as opposed to ramping up a separate staff to provide that.
Thank you. I think you have explained that before. Thank you. And actually, Madam Chair, I had one more question. I realized just having the benefit of having Ms. Downing at the table. I know that today's legislation is all about the family support specialists and that operating budget, but since you're at the table through the chair, briefly in terms of the Say Yes Scholarship, we're always interested in getting an update on that. I know $98 million has been raised. How much more remains that needs to be raised on the scholarship side?
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, we are working towards a goal of $125 million. That was the amount that was brought forward before Say Yes was launched, and that will enable us to have a program for a full 25 years.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Spencer. Next up, I have Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. First, I want to start out with thanking Mrs. Diane Downing for her years of public service in the city of Cleveland under 2 administrations, and as long as I've known you, being away from the table and being at the table during some periods of that time, you've always presented yourself in a very professional way. So just kudos to you that you're still here, that you're still working, and you're still engaged and involved as it relates to public services. Of course, you're getting paid to do it, but to be here and have your experience and breadth of capacity is good for the city of Cleveland.
Madam Chair, to the Councilman, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I want to go in first, just set the tone, because there's some frustrations in the neighborhood and the community, and just express some of that, and then also talk about, Madam Chairman, these once in a lifetime funds, and it has been truly a blessing to be able to receive $511 million in the city of Cleveland to be able to make the city whole. And then it's certainly a blessing to see CMSD get 469, was it 469 million? $461 million in addition to the city of Cleveland to assist you with being able to maintain some wholeness. One of the concerns that I have about how we spend ARPA funds is that we spend it on our house because our house is crumbling. And when you have, unfortunately, a city where your housing stock is falling all around you, then you need to be able to invest in the departments and rebuild them. When you have a city where I'm about to, unfortunately, be a part of the eulogization of a young man who has been shot at of all places, in front of a school, John Adams, at a bus stop on this coming Thursday, we have a major issue of safety that has not been dealt with in this city. And then lastly, we have capital repair needs in our cities that are, some parts of our cities are just, our facilities are just crumbling all around us. We are blessed to be able to receive these funds, and I believe, as in the words of the previous Director of Finance, Sharon Dumas, these are one-in-a-lifetime funds. I don't know with the changing of the national politics if we'll be able to get funds from that other party. But while we have the funds that have come in from the Biden administration, I believe that it's incumbent upon us to be able to use those funds first to take care of our house, and do so in such a way where we rebuild the city of Cleveland. Here's the problem I have for education. I have only seen, and since I've been in office now for this term, I have not had any kind of communications, anything of worthiness, of updates from the administration of the Cleveland Public Schools talking about what you're doing and how you're doing it. In years past, we used to have an accountability education committee here where we would invite the Cleveland brass to come in and talk about education and how they're spending money and what they're doing for upgrades. Here's the reason why that's so important. We have a school system that is constantly being graded. I don't know what the current grade is, but I know what is the current grade, Madam Chairwoman, to Mrs. Downey.
Chief, we'll probably have the information.
Through the chair to the councilman, stars, 5 stars.
No, what is the grade from A, B, C, D, E, F?
The,
What is
the
it?
system has moved to a star rating, and there is not an overall rating at this
So
time.
what was it when it was graded alphabet?
The overall grade of the district pre-COVID was a D.
A D. And before that, it was an F. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes.
Right. So the frustration of the public is accountability. So I want to make sure we use that word correctly here. Accountability. As an elected official, we deal with so many issues and problems in our neighborhoods. But if I'm going to try to get or retain population in the city of Cleveland, bring new businesses in the city of Cleveland, and do all of these things now that we have to put our hats on, be about doing, improve safety, and all of the various different services that our citizens would hope to have and want to have in terms of amenities, one of the things that's really important, and which I'm not against this, I'm in support of anything that goes for education, but the issue is we don't have accountability. And I can't retain existing families in my neighborhood if the educational system is bad. I can't bring new families in to the city of Cleveland if the educational system is bad. And I don't know how much money you have on an annual basis, but I have written out a list of questions that I will send to our chairwoman and then send to you later so it would save time here. But I am concerned about you guys coming to the table and giving us a projection. These investments that are being made into the educational systems, how fast and how soon can you improve the conditions? What are the outstanding issues causing you not to be able to get to a C or a B or a B plus or the top star, however they want to put the stars. But putting it in a sense where I will hopefully, if it's God's will, see an educational system that's a B, that's competitive, so that we can retain our existing staff. And now, since I've been here talking about this situation on education, and I'll let you know I was a proponent that pushed for the 4 L's to get on there, and then eventually pushed for the mayoral takeover. Now, I'm not so convinced now, 20-some years later, or 25 in this case, 25 years, almost 30 years later, that this has been a success for us. Because when I compare from that period of time, when I was involved with the Cleveland Board of Education and down in their meetings in 1990 and 1989, talking about education and pushing even for charter schools to have a choice for our people to be able to do something different than education, I still haven't seen that progress, and that's an awful long time. So, Madam Chairwoman, I would like to see, and I don't want to prolong into a lot of questions because I'm going to give them to them later, but I would like to see a report card. I would like to see you guys talk about how you're really going to move that stick so that we're competitive in 3 to 4 or 5 years. What is the 3, 4, 5-year plan? Do we have one, Madam Chairwoman, to Mrs. Downey?
To the chair, to the councilman, Say Yes works with CMSD, but we are not part of CMSD, so I, with your permission, would ask Chief Trufero to respond.
Chief.
Through the chair to the councilman, I deeply appreciate your commitment to seeing improved, high-quality education for all of our kids. I think that is a shared goal. As you may be aware, the Cleveland Board of Education recently began a process to set some shared goals that will be applicable over the next few years, and that those goals are one of the inputs that are guiding the search and selection for the next CEO of the Cleveland Metropolitan School District. And so I think there would be a great opportunity for me and to talk with you about that, but also as you all engage with the board coming up soon, I think that's another good time to bring that discussion up.
So this amount of money that we have in front of us is $600,000, and I think your total package for the day is $14,646,000, if I'm correct.
That is the total put forward by the administration today, yes.
I see. But this is going to go to the Cleveland Board of Education? Or it's going to go through the various programs being supported by CMSD?
None of the funds proposed today will flow directly to the district. Each would flow to the community agency that's leading the work.
I see. And so of the 104 family support specialists, I asked the question, what do they do? And I was is this program, these specialists, is this only happening in Cleveland? Do we have other communities that have this program and other school systems throughout this area of Northeast Ohio?
Madam Chair, to the councilman, no. It is just in Cleveland.
And how much is the average salary of a support specialist?
69.
Madam Chair, to the councilman, it's $69,000 salary and benefits.
So they get about $69,000 each. And there is approximately 104 of these specialists.
Madam Chair, to the councilman, yes.
And these specialists are just one, is it 104 schools they serve in?
Madam Chair, to the councilman, yes.
And the average, in terms of clientele they deal with, is how many students? What's the student breakdown per?
Madam Chair, to the councilman, it depends on the school population.
Do you have an average? Doesn't have to be correct.
Madam Chair, to the councilman, we ask them to work with all students and families. I would say they have worked with over 90% of the student and family population.
Well, I will say this. I'm hurt. I mean, I'm really hurt. My heart goes out that we would have to have people who would be there assisting and helping with academics in a family setting, dealing with legal issues, working to deal with mental health, talking about feeding our kids or food or not having the adequate amount of food in their homes, the basics in terms of eyeglasses and health care, and then unfortunately an issue of clothing. Just how poor is our district, Madam Chairwoman, to Mr. Diane Downing?
Madam Chair, to the councilman, over 90% of our children live in poverty.
No further questions.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. And next up, I am honored that he has joined us today. President Griffin, you're next up.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and welcome to all of our guests that are here today. I support this effort. I think it is critical, and I just want to make sure that before I ask a couple of questions, I want to make it clear that this community not just Cleveland City Council, but the city of Cleveland made a commitment some few years ago that we were going to make a pathway for every child to go to college. And not just the children in CMSD, but also the children in some of the other schools. Is that correct? It's not just CMSD kids, but it's also some of the charters that are affiliated with the Cleveland Plan, right?
The chair to the council president, yes.
So part of the reason that I say this is because, you know, raising 3 children myself in the public school system and raising, you know, a lot of children in the neighborhood, the worst thing you could do is get children's hopes up, get their aspirations together, have families make critical decisions, and then yank the rug out from up under them. These are our kids. It's very important for us to have a pathway because the statistics would show that a high school diploma is not going to do it anymore. So making sure that we have them into the skilled trades, making sure that we look at certifications in cybersecurity, making sure that we help if their path or trajectory is to a community college or 4-year college, I think is critical. I do have a couple of questions that I want to make sure that I'm clear. Why couldn't the city be the RPU? The regional planning unit for these dollars as opposed to them going through the county. I know that most federal dollars and most federal programs go to the state, and then after they go to the state, the county is often the regional planning unit. So basically, it only serves as a pass-through. The reason that I'm asking that question is because if this would have happened in the city, I think it would have been easier for us to make that shift. Why do we have to use the county as a regional planning unit or as the pass-through for these dollars?
Madam Chair, to the council president, I don't know the answer to that, but I believe it is because the county works with the Department of Children and Family Services and has those responsibilities as part of their unit of government. But I don't know the full answer to your question.
It would be good to understand if our research staff could really understand and help us understand if it is all ever possible for those dollars to come through the city of Cleveland, because with all due respect to the county, I know that when the Title IV-E dollars went down, there was an ask for the county to cover those dollars, and they chose not to, which is their right. That's their legislative body, and that's what they have the right to do. But when it's our children, and even though it's their children too, but it's the city of Cleveland children, we might need to see if we can start routing those dollars through our city and maybe through our coffers as opposed to the county. So I would be very interested if that's at all possible, because I don't ever want to be in a position again where we're relying on another governmental entity to give a thumbs up or thumbs down on whether or not we're going to make sure that our children in the city of Cleveland go to college. So I want to make that clear, and I want to help make sure that I understand that a little bit better. The second thing that I really want to ask a question about is, do we know, and you may know this or you may not know this, how many children, and do you have the breakdown, the demographics of what neighborhoods these children are from and who have gotten these opportunities? Because part of what we have to do is start telling our story. Councilman Jones is right. People are going to ask us, what are you paying $600,000 for? And we always have to be good at translating and helping the public understand how they're directly benefiting from this. I can tell you that I know children personally in Ward 6 that are benefiting from this. But I think it would be good for council to have a breakdown through the chair and hopefully with our research team to work with the Say Yes committee to really show where we're getting all of, where children are getting opportunities. I'm almost for certain you'll find that it is a very diverse group of children, not just African-American children, not just Hispanic children, not just East Side children, not just West Side children, not just public school children, and not just charter children, but a broad spectrum of folks that been able to get these resources. I would really love to see that data so that we can tell the story appropriately, because even though I know this is a rhetorical question, I just think that it's good for the public to really know so that they can see why this is so critical. Okay?
Madam Chair, to the council president, yes, we can provide that. And currently we have over 1,300 students on Say Yes scholarships across Ohio and across the country.
Okay.
And we can break it down by ward and school.
And it's critical for this body to know and everyone else to know that the problem that we have with a lot of kids is, and I'm not sure if I'm dating myself. Oh, no, I think I might have one person who I'm not going to name that might have had to fill out FAFSA forms and some of those other things, but it is a heck of a challenge. And, you know, a lot of the parents don't have the capacity. Councilwoman House often talks about some of our literacy rates in the city of Cleveland and how some of our parents are suffering. So these wraparound service people often fill the gap and help fill the holes where sometimes traditional parents don't have the opportunity or the capacity or unfortunately, the ability and capability to do some of the wraparound services and navigate the systems, the complex systems, even though I wish they would be a lot more simple. And I'm a college-educated person that has run multiple budgets and had a lot of things, and it was difficult for me. So I can imagine how hard it is for not to have wraparound services for people to navigate systems. Can you tell us a little bit about how they actually help fill those gaps, and not just the FAFSA forms and some of those things, but we know that we have a high suicide rate in the city of Cleveland. We know that people don't have issues with money. I have one kid who every time they got a paycheck, their parents would take the money. So we help with financial literacy or help guide them. So these folks actually act as sort of quasi addition to the parents that we know sometimes don't have the capacity to do this. Can you give us a little background about that?
From the chair to the council president, yes, our family support specialists work. I mean, it's all about relationships and establishing relationships and determining needs. So our family support specialists get to know students individually. We have an online survey that parents, faculty, and students complete every fall to talk about family needs. In our high schools, our high school family support specialists get weekly reports on how many students in the graduating class have applied for a SAYS scholarship, how many have completed the FAFSA, and then we ask them to follow up along with the guidance counselors in the schools and the College Now counselors to work with them to get the FAFSAs completed, to get them assistance. We have every one of the team leads who are in the audience today could share with you a time, multiple times, when they intervened on behalf of a student and a family, whether it was a family who was on the verge of eviction, and they put them in contact with legal aid, who provides legal services to our SAYS scholars, or there was a food scarcity issue and they literally brought food to the home, or they provided hygiene products or clothes so that students would make sure they got to school and could take advantage and be in the classroom and learn. I'm not doing the team leads justice here because they know the details of every situation, but it is impactful and it is work that they do every single day. And the needs are great, and they have the ability through their backgrounds and their personalities to get to know these students and families in each of their school buildings, to work with them, but also to work with the administrative staff and the teachers to follow up, make the referrals, and then make sure that a student is back on the right path so that when they graduate, they can take full advantage of the SAYS scholarship, whatever degree program they would like to pursue.
Thank you. And I'll close, Madam Chair, with this. One of my heroes in this city is Ted Ginn Sr. Ted Ginn Sr. is successful not only because he has a great academic model, it's because they have the right mentors and they have the right people that look like the kids that they're educating. Councilwoman House has something that she's been passionate about, and I'm just as passionate as she is, which is making sure that we do better assessments, that we understand what is the root cause, that we can identify some of the, problems. And it's my understanding that these wraparound services actually provide a dynamic assessment, that they actually look at a full child and see what are the gaps in service and the gaps that they need. And then they provide mentorship. They provide a dynamic assessment to really understand what are the issues and the barriers that might have that child from committing in that place. But also, ladies and gentlemen, which I think is just as critical, is that these navigators help navigate complex systems. One of the things that drives me crazy about this city is that if you look at school systems, you look at juvenile court, you look at children and family services, you look at the police department, you look at the churches, you look at the street outreach workers, you look at the recreation centers. I can probably go on to name 10 to 15 different systems that are interacting with families, and they all interact with them individually. So therefore, you don't have to just learn one system as a family. You have to navigate through 10 different systems or 15 different systems that all are descending upon you, all have different metrics, all have different ideas, all have different strategies. So I see this as not just critical for helping these kids get to college, but doing something that Councilwoman House and I know others and Councilwoman Starr and others have really been professing on how do we make sure that we have a better assessment, a better grasp on what are some of the root causes of some of the challenges that we experience in our community and how we can make sure that we have the right people in place in order to try to help some of these families navigate this city. So I hope that the body of council will support this. I know that unfortunately the city often gets tasked with trying to provide money for social services and other people-centered, and I know that we don't have a $400 million allocation that comes into us for social services. Therefore, they're competing with needs on brick and mortar and other kind of challenges that we have to do as a city. But this is a critical piece that I think is important to help young kids, and predominantly young kids of color, young African American, Hispanic, and other children, navigate a complex system, get them into college so that we can put them into a productive job. So I hope that we will support this. I know that this is one-time dollars. I agree with the body that we need to figure out how we can create sustainability in this, but I also really want to research on why can't we be the regional planning unit and take this out of the county's hands and try to see if we can find a way to put it into the city. So I'm very interested if that's a possibility. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Council President. Great comments. And last but not least, I have Councilwoman Gray.
He wants a point before I say.
Oh, you want a point on what? Okay.
No, I just want to echo what Council President is saying regarding the way that I do too support this piece of legislation. But also I would like to make sure we have something included within this legislation requiring updates and data information that we stood out from our different point. And I know our staff, Brooke, and the research team is going to do that through the chair. I don't want to look up and we say we allocated funding to different organizations, or like I be straight frank, last year on council, I just noticed a lot of different nonprofit organizations came to the table requesting funding, and when it came time to report and we asked for data, we don't get nothing. We don't get nothing. We get calls from our offices and constituents talking about the same issue over and over. And we sometimes be like, hey, we implemented this to help support you. But then next you know, we're still dealing with the same issue because the resources are not getting to those individuals who may need them the most, or we just don't know what happened to the money at all. And then next you know, an organization will come to the table again, asking for money again, and we saying yes again, and we just keep digging ourselves in a bigger hole. But I definitely want to say I do support this ordinance, but I also want to make sure before we pass it or anything like that, we do have things in place for the accountability part that Councilman Joe Jones mentioned and referenced earlier, as well as Council President, making sure we have something in place to know that what is actually going on, that quarterly update, that data for each individual schools, how many youth that FSS are working with day in and day out? What do those referrals look out? Because I've dealt with some different organizations in the city. They do some referrals, but the people never get the services. They just say, call this number, and that is it. And that is not going to help us solve some of the problems. So, like I said, I do support this, but I contingent on making sure we have these things in place to make sure we do the accountability piece, Chairwoman.
Madam Chairwoman, on that point, I'd like to make a motion.
On that point.
I'd like to make a motion. Madam Chairwoman, I make a motion that we come back and, because a lot of this material that we have in front of us is over a space and time. And so I make the motion that we bring the school board back to give us a report as relates to the success of what they're doing and to give us an update on how the money is being spent.
Councilman Jones, and you're talking about chief, right? Not the,
Well, I'm talking, we have Mrs. Downing here that represents the
she
organization.
say yes.
The Say Yes organization, so.
Yeah, she say yes.
So she would be the person that's running the program, so it would, or who would be responsible for the program to make a report to
Holly.
come back to the city of
Chief.
Cleveland. So it doesn't matter, just
Shapiro.
whoever we're receiving the funds should, Madam Chairwoman, come back and make a report to council on how those funds are being spent and what is the success of the existing program. And in the spirit of what the President, Blaine Griffin, stated, as well as Mrs. House on numerous occasions, there should be an accountability system in place. Again, this is one-time funds, and we should attach that agreement and understanding to all of the stuff that we pass off on this table.
Okay, so just for clarity, you have a motion that you want a quarterly update on what's happening with the school system, or say yes?
Both.
With this particular legislation, because we're going to have to go through every single one of them, so on this particular legislation, Madam Chairwoman,
Because this legislation is 600 for 3 weeks only.
600,000 for 3 weeks only?
Yes.
Well, we'd like to have one, if they can come back and show us how it's been working and some fundamentals. I would say on this legislation, that would be the case. Come back and let us know how the funds were spent and what was the success. And if there was any leftover funds. And because a number of questions have been asked here at the table, Charlie Slife went into talking about it a little bit, but accountability. So the motion, Madam Chairwoman, is to come back and give us an idea if all those funds have been spent and how successful they have been in terms of the staff that's there, and then, again, who and how many students have been served with these funds. For clarity.
Motion specifically would be $600,000. How was that spent, and how many kids were serviced for those 3 weeks?
For that period of time.
Okay.
May I, Councilman?
Yes.
On that point, I think a number of us have an interest in hearing again from Say Yes on the bigger question of the overall funding update. So when I agree that we want to have them come back, want to have you come back, but I think it would be we acknowledge that these funds are going to be implemented immediately, they're going to be put into use for the existing specialists, but we do need to get an update on the overall funding outlook for the stabilized budget, and then I think to speak to some of the metrics that our colleagues have mentioned. So I think
Can you
that's a little
reinstate
too
the
narrow.
motion,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Spencer?
So are we working towards offering an amendment for the piece? Or?
Well, we make that one big motion, so we don't have to amend the existing motion because it's all the same, is to come back with an accountability of how the funds are spent in addition to overall how the process is going to happen.
Outlook
And
for
did you
Say
want
Yes.
to put down the bullet points? And is our attorney taking notes?
You got it?
Go ahead, distinguished
So
lady,
can you
Ms.
repeat
Spencer.
that? Or-
Are we doing one whole motion?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. And this is for funding accountability,
That's correct.
providing data on the number of students served, and the amount of money spent, and if there's any leftover.
And then add the distinguished lady's points that she made. Ms. Spencer, could you repeat them?
Well, I just to your point, Councilman Jones, I think the full expectation is that the funds will be fully spent. I don't think there will be funds left over. So I think because it is such a time-sensitive amount of money, so I think the question we do, I don't want to misinterpret what you're saying, but I think the question we all want to answer is, can we get an update on, say yes, the family support specialist funding? I think it's always, let me leave it at that. An update on the status of family support specialist funding, along with any relevant metrics that you would want to share with the council on the program, who is served, and outcomes.
And
That's
this
correct.
quarterly.
That's correct. And that's correct, Madam Chairwoman, quarterly, because it's about the program existence going forward. And then also to add in to what the council president stated was, can Cleveland be the go-through operation versus the county on these funds? Because one of the reasons we're here, is my understanding, is
We have a
because there
motion on the
was...
floor. I just want to make sure that you got that information, and I will need a second. Yeah.
I'll second.
Second, okay. And do we have any discussion? Any discussions, any questions? Everyone, okay. Can you read back the motion?
We're looking at a quarterly update on Say Yes with the status of the family services and who is served, along with any relevant metrics.
Yes. And is that quarterly?
Yes.
Quarterly,
Yeah.
okay. For how long? So, for how long? Do we have a? Forever. Forever.
Next,
Yes.
we can put the next 3 years.
I'm open if the committee is open. I mean, the chairwoman put it on there for quarterly, so I yield to the distinguished gentleman.
Okay. So we got that quarterly. I have a second. Councilman Starr, any discussion on the motion? Everyone agree, say aye?
Aye.
No? Okay, thank you. We move. Any nays? No? So we have you're up for questions after this motion. But do you have a discussion, point on this? Okay, yeah, you're up next. So, Madam Clerk, do you have to call the roll on that? No? Okay, thank you. The ayes have it, thank you. So next up, we have Councilwoman Gray.
Okay, thank you, thank you. But
Sorry about that.
that's all right, no problem, no problem. I just have a few questions, since everyone else here had great input and questionings already. I just have a few. I attended one of the CSMD sessions last week, and a lot of the questions came up from the teachers that was there, and the parents, and it was very engaging. I don't have any children in the school system anymore. Even my grandchildren have graduated out of college. So here in Cleveland, I have grandchildren in Virginia that's in junior high and senior high school. So I'm not very involved in the school system anymore, thank God. So sorry about that. But however, because I know things have changed over time, and changed over time with a whole lot of stuff. And since I attended that session at Kennedy, it was very engaging, but very saddened about all the things that have been going on in the school system that the parents and the teachers were discussing. But one thing that they did express was to definitely keep the Say Yes program. They said they do not want that program eliminated. They was all in agreement in the session I was in. So, and I was impressed with that. So by us sitting here today, just listen to what's going on, things are just kind of relivable of what I heard in that session last week about the Say Yes program and how well it has been working for the students who've been through it and who graduated from it, from what the parents and the teachers had discussed. So I just want to put that out there first. So secondly, I only have a few questions about the program. It states here in your in your agenda, in your presentation, about how the family support specialists, what they do to assist with the students, about assisting them of getting them free eye exams, glasses, emergency services per se. What entities do they go to assist the students with these emergency services? Is that part of the funding that you're asking for, or or is this separate for these entities to be partner with the Say Yes program to provide the students with these particular services that they are given?
Madam,
Chair lady, to the anyone here to answer that question.
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, we have a system called, it's an online system called the Post-Secondary Planning System, and there are a couple of aspects to that system, and one of them is a very extensive list of agencies that our family support specialists can use to refer students and families to address their needs. The basis of it back in, before Say Yes was launched, was the use of United Way's 211 system adapted to the post-secondary planning system. But I will say that our Director of Data and IT works with our family support specialists to enter many additional agencies that are either in a certain geography, a certain part of the city, or are agencies that individual family support specialists are familiar with because of their work at other agencies in the city. So it's a very robust list, and I will say that our family support specialists share this information constantly. Sometimes I'm copied on their all-staff emails, and I can see that. So part of the reason they are with us at Say Yes is because they have such a broad and deep knowledge of community agencies to address the needs that you listed.
Okay, all right, it sounds good. Secondly, with the youth that are in juvenile detention, we went on a tour last year, and we engaged with some of the with the staff, and then we seen, and they took us to the area where they have the Say Yes program that they have structure for the juveniles that's there in the detention center. And I see here that you have the approach to that as well. Even though you don't have data, and I know that's important, are you aware how well that is working for the juveniles there? Because that question did come up, and they didn't have an answer at that time either.
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, we have had a liaison there. I know Sharice, you've worked with the staff at the Juvenile Detention Center, and I will say through the scholarship program and the scholarship board, we have had several young people apply for Say Yes scholarships, and they were able to access them. And I think that's another great aspect of Say Yes.
Okay, and that's also going to be part of the data that's going to be brought in as well, correct? Okay.
Yes.
And thirdly, another question is the wraparound program, the Say Yes program was replaced with the wraparound program, correct or not?
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, partially, our family support specialists are full-time employees that deal with a great many different issues. So, and as I mentioned to Councilwoman Spencer earlier, our family support specialists are in every school, and there wasn't the ability to have a coordinator in every single school. So it is a more robust program.
Okay. All right, so those are the questions I have, because everything else was covered thus far. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gray. I just kind of want to finish with this. I don't think we have any other questions, but I have an intern in my office that worked for College Now, and I don't know if she's here. Maria? Oh, she just left. Okay, so she was just sharing, my question to her is why? Why aren't students accessing these services? There's a lot of resources out there. And, and she gave me, a story of working with Lincoln West and how many of these students were living in cars. They were homeless. They were living with boyfriends, or they were, elsewhere. And just the trauma that exists in these, and students on homes. So it's beyond what the education system could do. I mean, this is resources around mental health and trauma and workforce, which we have up next. So I just want to commend, all the wraparound family service navigators for your work. I know it's oftentimes, it's kind of a thankless but very rewarding job. So just want you to know that we support Say Yes, and wherever we could, send that support letter to Congress or the state, please count on us for that. And if we ask all these questions, is because we're tired of seeing, nonprofits request money and then they fail, and then, we don't move the needle on things. And ultimately, what we want to do is move our city forward. So I just want to thank you, Ms. Downing and Sharice and Chief, just for all the work that you do. And once again, everyone who's here in the audience working with families and children on their education. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
And we have no further questions, so ordinance number 52-2023 has been approved. Thank you. And next up, I'm going to have Michelle, and then come back up. Yep.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I sit down now, or can you call me up? Okay, can I bring my partners up as well? Okay.
Thank you. Next up, we have ordinance number 86-2023, Built Environment Construction Workforce Development Program Support. And I'm going to read the legislation here. Let me see. 86. Here we go.
Thank you.
So ordinance number 86-2023 reads as follows: directing a portion of the city coronavirus local fiscal recovery fund payment to respond to the public health emergency or its negative economic impact through the support of a citywide program designed to assist city residents who want and are available for work, and authorizing agreement with Ohio Means Job Cleveland, Cuyahoga County for same for an amount not to exceed $10 million to be encumbered March 3rd, 2021, and ending December 31st, 2024. Okay, got it. Welcome, everyone. So, Director Rose, I'm not sure if you want to introduce yourself, introduce your staff.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. These are not my staff. These are my community partners and anticipated execution partners. It's good to be back here at the committee. My name is Michelle Rose. I'm the Executive Director of Ohio Main Jobs Cleveland Cuyahoga County, which is the workforce development board that serves our city and our county. As a reminder, I'm a city employee, so I work with and for you, and I'm happy to be back here after my appearance earlier last fall. The Workforce Development Board, or OMJCC, is publicly funded, and then we distribute money through partners to serve businesses and job seekers. And as the director, I'm often involved in system-level and strategic conversations, which is really the genesis of this proposal here today. I'm proud to be here today to talk about Built Environment Workforce Development and a proposal to grow the number of workers and to diversify and empower them across a family of sectors working on projects related to the physical space around us, or built environment. This program also seeks to fund our ability to reach more people, to support them throughout training and employment, and further develop MBEs so that we can have more minority-owned primes and subs, which you'll hear about from my partners. We have a special focus on reaching out to youth, people of color, women. This program is highly leveraged through initiatives in our community and forthcoming from the federal level. And the secret sauce here is really in the anticipated partnerships. 4 of them are here today, and you'll see an additional 8 letters of intent in the packets from trusted community partners who have done this work, and this funding is to further scale that work. So I'll introduce next Marsha Maccabee from the Urban League of Greater Cleveland, and anticipated execution partner.
To the chair and to council members, good afternoon. I'm Marsha Maccabee, President and CEO of the Urban League of Greater Cleveland. And you usually hear from me in my role as the co-chair for Racism as a Public Health Crisis here at the City of Cleveland. Okay, better? Thank you. Okay, usually that's not a problem. Y'all can usually hear me, right? Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And also, sometimes you hear from me as a partner in entrepreneurship for the entrepreneurship work that we do in partnership with the City of Cleveland. And then most recently, you hear from me as a partner in working on community benefits with Sherwin-Williams. However, today, my role is really to talk about, as a partner, the collaborative approach that we're taking for the Built Environment collaboration. First, I would like to thank City Council on behalf of the collaborative for the opportunity to present today. I will begin with some background on a vision of the collaborative work. We hope to leave you with confidence regarding how the investment into this ecosystem will present the opportunity for the greatest return on investment. First, you have chosen a great backbone organization to serve as the lead agency. We're thankful to Michelle Rose at Ohio Means Jobs, Cleveland, and Cuyahoga County for her leadership. Next, as you see seated at this table, you have a collection of organizations at various stages of experience in and connections with the construction industry. Here are some of the unique assets that we know are necessary in moving this sector to become more equitably engaged. First, understanding of the building trades and their apprenticeship structure, protocols, and practices. Understanding the political landscape of working with unions and other players in the industry. Having existing relationships with key players that have access to data and information needed to form strategic plans for delivering on-time pre-apprenticeship, apprentice candidates, and workers in the industry. Understanding the wraparound supports needed for individuals to work in the industry. Understanding community benefits, policy, and practice, and how it leverages work in the industry. Understanding requirements for contractors working in the City of Cleveland. Having the skills and information to assist minority businesses to grow their capacity to operate in this industry. And finally, understanding that one of the major barriers for new and evolving contractors is the lack of funding to navigate the lag in payments by primes or developers. Finally, in closing, the array of partners at this table in Built Environment are poised and positioned to answer all of these needs. There are already existing relationships and programs that we are running jointly. That means the time it takes to get an initiative of this size and scale up and running will be reduced through this collaboration. But I would like to add as a final note, if we really want to hit ROI out of the park, please consider investing in a revolving loan fund for minority contractors as part of the bucket for improving work for minority contractors, because that move would retain that investment within this community and return it time after time as individuals pay those loans back. So this concludes my initial comments on behalf of our collaborative, and I now yield. Thank you.
To the committee, through the chair, it's good to see everyone again. Craig Dorn, President and CEO of Youth Opportunities Unlimited. I'd first like to echo Ms. Maccabee's thanks to the City Council and to the administration for support of this initiative and support of all kinds of workforce initiatives throughout your tenure. There's a couple things about this initiative I really want to highlight and also let you know what YOU's role is. This is a really outstanding partnership. You again see who's at the table. There's also dozens of organizations not at the table. And for us to really achieve what we're trying to achieve, collaboration is the only way to go. A lot of the ARPA dollars were really focused on infrastructure, and the reason we believe this is very much tied to the spirit of ARPA is you cannot build infrastructure if you cannot build. And so we do need to prime the pipeline to make sure that all the residents of Cleveland are prepared for the variety of kinds of jobs that will build our infrastructure. Not surprisingly, YOU's role is going to be focused on the youth. So what we would hope to achieve, if this is funded, is working through the partners to every summer for the next 4 summers, starting with this summer, ensure that dozens of young people will have a summer work experience that's hands-on, where they will learn opportunities around the trades. In fact, it's modeled after a project Councilman Starr and I first met each other on, and expanding that kind of work. But also adding a year of coaching afterwards. So we don't just assume that after a great 6 or 10-week experience that the young person is going to enter the building trades, but provide 1 year of coaching to make sure they have a post-secondary plan to enter training that's maybe offered by all my partners to the left. Look forward to answering other questions later, and yield back to whoever I'm yielding to.
So good afternoon. My name's Glenn Shoemate. I work with Construction Employers Association. We're a union contractor association, about 400 contractors that build Cleveland, meaning that we build the major projects, be it infrastructure, highway, hospitals, healthcare, colleges, universities. About 18,000 people who are employed in the Cleveland building trades. We represent our organization 14 of those trades of the 24. That probably means about 8,000 workers in the field and another 3,000 to 4,000 who are office management administration. Workforce is our key area. I mean, nothing happens without workers. And like many other industries, we're challenged with great demand, but lagging workforce. And so I think this opportunity today to invest in workforce that are middle-class jobs. One of our ongoing partners, Urban League with Marcia, we've worked with for a number of years, and she's right about the alignment with union and good-paying middle-class jobs that have benefits, that have retirement, that there's a structured program of how it happens. We started 2 years ago a program which we hope with support of ARPA funds we can greatly increase, called Cleveland Builds. Last year we were able to place 50 individuals into union apprenticeship programs, 11 different trades, so not just labor, not just carpentry, but also electrical and plumbing, which are traditionally some of the harder aspects to get in. I think we're successful because of a collaboration, because of partnerships that we have with employers and trades and with our community partners, where they're helping us reach out into the community. We're able to assess them, train them, and within 24 hours of actual training, placing them into apprenticeship programs. So it's not a long tenured program. It's really meant to give them the highlights of providing some level of understanding, some level of assessing their interests, capabilities, and then having direct placement where the actual training actually happens in that pay to, learn and earn kind of model. So we'd hope that we can continue that. And of those 50 individuals that are placed last year, 70% are City of Cleveland residents, and probably 70 to 80% of those are black and brown individuals. And there's other part of that's a fair representation of women. And our industry lags women participants, but I think through Cleveland Builds and our efforts with other partners, we hope that we can improve upon that. I also work with an executive director of an association called Contractors Assistance, where we have about 45 contractors, architects, and diverse contractors, diverse architects, and diverse engineers, trying to help them scale in any number of areas of access, of education, of relationship building. We've been around about 14 years and continuing to, I think, make strides. If you talk about major projects in town, we've seen several of them ascend to major roles on those projects, be it the Guardians, be it Sherwin-Williams, or be it Cleveland Clinic. So we're happy, and we hope that, again, through efforts like the request we have before you, we continue that work. The last area I talk about that I get really excited about, and many of you have heard me talk about ACE Mentor Program. It's a high school-based program. We're in 14 high schools, 11 in Cleveland, plus Warrensville and Shaker. About 160 youth currently, and it's not just a high school program because it's a mentoring career pathway program where those students show up twice a month after school. We provide them with meals, we provide them with exposure, we help mentor them to career paths, ideally in architecture or construction engineering. But if they don't go into construction engineering, we still would support them. We provide scholarships. We provided about $1.4 million in scholarships the last 10 years, 12 years. And these are all industry-run programs that, we're relying on. And that ACE program that I described is done with volunteers. I mean, there is no backbone resource. We're able to try to cobble together programs and have worked in with some council people here, neighborhood projects that are small projects, but they're real live projects for students to who live and work in our neighborhoods to be involved in. We want to expand that career pathway program much more. I mean, I could give you 10 or 12 students each year who are graduating from college in an ACE or E career who are starting out at $65,000 to $70,000 a year. Very happy for those individuals. We'd love to expand that. And there are opportunities for students who aren't going to go to college, right? There's trades, but there's also technician level positions with engineering and design firms that I think we can also support. But we really want to leverage resources, programs that already exist to these partners who are here at the table, the PACE program with CMSD and some of those other efforts that I think we're well positioned to execute and really expand on trying to create, youth opportunities, but also adult opportunities. So thank you for your time this afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Chris Nance, to the chair, and to the vice chair, and to the council members. Good afternoon. My name is Chris Nance. I'm the vice president of construction and inclusive talent initiatives at the Greater Cleveland Partnership. And as Craig, Marcia, Michelle, and Glenn have already mentioned, many of us, all of us have worked together in some way, shape, or form over the years. And so collaboration, we know, is not always easy, but these are relationships and even friendships when he invites me to Cavs games that I haven't been invited lately, that we really appreciate. So I just want to bring emphasis to a few things and most importantly get to answering your questions. For those many of you know, but let me quickly emphasize that the Greater Cleveland Partnership is the leading economic development organization for Northeast Ohio. We have 12,000 members, large businesses, mid-sized businesses, as well as small businesses. Our work is grounded in data. A number of the council members today have mentioned the importance of data. We're really pleased to have published 2 construction demand workforce studies, one in 2014 and an update to that study in 2021. So we actually have some longitudinal analysis that we can share with you. In fact, the link to that information was shared with you through council staff. Specifically, as it relates to this built environment, my work at the GCP started some nearly 9 years ago. And I know there are a lot of different initiatives, and we certainly we want to make sure today that we clarify how these initiatives complement each other and make sure that we don't speak in jargon. So some now 10-plus years ago, the construction, the community benefits, the Memorandum of Understanding for Construction and Community Benefits was established. Marsha Maccabee and the Urban League was one of the founding organizations, partner organizations, along with the Construction Employers Association and the GCP, and that really set a framework for how the community would engage in construction projects, and it's served as a guidestone for the last 10 years. However, as you also know, as council members, the Community Benefit Ordinance, which is currently being reviewed by you as council members and by others, will represent an opportunity to take that foundation to the next level. That very much connects to our work, because as a part of that Community Benefit Ordinance, we are raising the level of expectation when it comes to equity and inclusion relative to the built environment and our construction diversity efforts. Most specifically, the role that the Greater Cleveland Partnership will be playing in this effort is to connect to 15 to 20 MBE firms. These are more mature firms, construction firms that have been around for 3 or more years, $500,000 or more in annual revenue, that they'll focus. That will include, and this is important to point out, often when folks think of construction, they think of the trades. In addition to the trades, the construction sector, as you guys know, as council members reviewing proposals, includes professional services, design, architecture, development. Glenn just mentioned the ACE Mentor program, which is why it's so important to get young people of color involved in the professional services side of the construction business, as well as real estate management and development. We also will be focusing, as Marsha mentioned, the access to key sources of support to grow minority businesses, access to capital, bonding, insurance, and business advising. Some of you may have seen that Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo was here in Cleveland, specifically at the GCP last week, announcing a national initiative releasing $94 million in a capital readiness program, and we plan to submit for local funds to support that effort. So that's a really important part of the work that we do at the GCP. We're very much connected into the ecosystem. And then lastly, as it relates to the next level of connection for these MBE firms, we're going to be encouraging and leveraging our access to employers. For the last 9 years, we've convened major employers on a regular basis. They've shared their diversity data with us. They've shared their best practice data with us. We've had some successes, we've had some challenges, and I'd look forward to sharing that information with you. And lastly, in addition to our Time to Expand study, I also wanted to bring forward, and I think you have a copy of the Cleveland State study that was released in 2019, an analysis of minority-owned firms. And for example, there are, based on that study that was released in 2019, which was probably based on data available the previous year, there are 24,000 African-American firms. And if those 24,000 African-American owned firms were to add just 1 employee each, they could cut all unemployment in our region in half. So in other words, the vast majority, 95% plus of all African-American owned businesses, specifically are sole proprietorships. And so through our effort in building and expanding and leveraging our expertise, we look to grow these minority construction firms and their involvement in this built environment proposal. With that, I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
So to the chair, I want to be sensitive to time. We do have a presentation, which is in your packets that you received leading in today, but I did pull up the main slide here just to further rationale for why these areas of focus really generated one of two ways, or sometimes both. We know that there are historic federal investments looming and coming to this community and to all communities. And we also know that we, as a city, have made a number of commitments already to make our city safer and more beautiful and healthier. And so just reiterating those areas of focus here, we've talked a lot about construction, but the idea is that there is portability amongst these sectors for a participant or for a worker. I'm going to quickly go through this part. This is an overview of the budget, but I think of it as $5 million for training and scaling existing training programs, as well as $5 million for the supports, the outreach and marketing, for the administration of the programming, and for the expansion work that Chris was talking about for minority-owned businesses. And here are the key outcomes we're committing to under this funding. This is over a 4-year lifespan of the grant. And just a reiteration here of our other partners, besides the ones here at the table with me today.
The first slide, can you make that available to me? I don't have it in my presentation.
Sure.
Okay.
And I'm happy to go back to it, and that can be our resting place for the discussion.
Thank you.
They sent it by email, no, yeah. Go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I do think that this is a helpful slide for us to have up for the discussion, but again, in the interest of time, that concludes our opening remarks, but we're very eager to take questions.
Thank you, Director Rose, and all the partners that are here. Glenn, I just noticed you as I looked up. I'm like, oh, look who's here. So I'll be very brief with my questions. We had a chance to meet Director, and I'm just so excited about us finally getting a proposal around workforce. We've been talking about it for so many years, especially construction trades, and finally we have a great piece in front of us. So just based on experience going to the construction and just areas of focus, we have residential and commercial construction. I learned early on, Glenn, you came to my neighborhood and we had an event with CAA. And so I learned fairly quickly that we had a lot of talented contractors in the neighborhood. However, the challenge was actually getting the job, right? And so I'm curious to know, that was 4 years ago. I still hear about it now. But, you know, I know training is important, but what are we doing with this workforce that is already trained and ready to work?
Good question.
Well, thank you. And certainly from a primary lens of which we operate, CEA, which is, again, a union contractor association, everyone is aligned to an apprenticeship program. They're all, again, varying degrees of 3, 4, 5 years. The outreach effort, I think, in the last 10 years, certainly, has increased in terms of, I mean, there have been previous programs, so there was, way before any of us at the table, the Cleveland Hometown Plan, which was an attempt to have local workforce. Then there was use of ASAP that existed for 10 or 12 years in the late 90s, mid 90s, and none of those have been sustainable in terms of supporting local residents to get into the programming. The difference in many cases is that they were not aligned with both employers, union contractor employers, and the trade unions themselves. The difference today with Cleveland Builds is that the head of the building trades, Dave Wondolowski and Tim Linville, both co-chair Cleveland Builds. So we're connected to the trades and the unions, we're connected to the employers. So there's no gap there, and then we're connected to community partners. So we have individuals who are regularly out now, paid by us to reach into the community, but we also double down with our community partners, faith-based, Urban League, Spanish American Committee, and others, both funding those programs, supporting those programs for their constituents, as well as recruitment partners that we can place in the actual programming which we're holding. It's you know, the one Department of Labor, I think, says there's 50,000 workers in our SMA for construction. We're only representing the union building trade portion of that. So we're not representing residential, non-union, light commercial. That's not traditionally our space, but what we can say is that we have been supportive of city residency, the original Fannie Lewis law that the rest of our colleagues around the state didn't support. Cleveland, CEA, the building trade supported, recognizing that it's an important factor for us to be able to engage relationships with the local community to make sure that those dollars, workforce-wise, are turned over. Establishing our Cleveland Builds program 2 years ago was really with the thought of we needed to do a better job, we needed to have some individuals dedicated to that project, and we needed to lead it. We will still work with community partners, but when it really comes down to knowing the individuals and having relationships with employers, we feel like we're well positioned. So if we can work with community partners for outreach and on the backside, probably for mentoring and engaging in a longer term way, that it's a nice synergy. And this, I think, program allows us to look at something like that.
Thank you. And I'm not sure,
Yeah,
Chris, if you want to add something.
to the chair, thank you. And Glenn, thank you for that. And as Councilman Jones mentioned earlier, and as Glenn just alluded to, there's a whole range of engagement relative to this construction sector. Lead abatement requires a certain level of training that is, from my understanding, not overly complex, can be accomplished in a fairly short period of time. And there are people in our neighborhoods who could be engaged to do that work. That might be the way that they engage in this construction sector. They may want to, again, to Councilman Jones's observation in the earlier discussion, they may want to simply rehab their own home, or they may want to rehab houses on their block. What is represented as a part of this built environment collaboration is that you have community-based organizations, you have the unions, you have the Greater Cleveland Partnership and our collaborative work. And our expectation is to be able to create entry points for folks in the community to get connected to this effort at whatever level they want to get connected to. And I'll end with this, and Marsha Maccabee may want to continue. In many ways, and excuse the sports analogy in advance, in many ways, the skilled trades, the building trades are like the NBA, right? They're the top of the food chain. At the same time, we have D-League ball, we have college ball, we have junior college ball, we have high school ball, we have junior high school ball, and we have those of us who might be weekend warriors. So we believe that there is a way for folks to connect to this effort wherever they choose to connect, and we're in a position to support those connections.
Thank you, Chris. And you're talking about moving forward, because I know we have some data here, but how are we measuring, you know, these contractors or construction workers that haven't been able to get into that field, right? Does that start now, or has that data already been collecting? Because I could tell you, you know, about 10 members in in my neighborhood that still, you know, they're experts in what they do. They could find small jobs, but they're not accessing the unions or these, like you said, the NBA players. So is that initiative through this 10 million that will start, or has that work already started?
So, to the chair, if I may, there is a program called Building the Land that we're working in partnership with the city. Already on the Urban League is. And we were called to the table because for seniors in homes, there are all these opportunities for rehabbing properties, and there are all these contractors who have the skills to do it, and there was a great mismatch because those individuals could not get through the paperwork and all of the hurdles needed to get to the contract. So we've been working in partnership to help those individuals understand the contract process, understand how to fill out the paperwork and how to do all that. We've gone one step further. Through our UBiz Venture Capital Fund, we are actually in the process of setting aside funds so that any contractor who gets a contract to work on those homes, that once they would show us the contract, we would then set aside funding for them as a loan to be able then for them to buy the materials, pay whoever they need to pay, so that that doesn't become an obstacle for them. So we're just in the process, but I can tell you the feedback that I'm getting is, and I've told my team this, we need to sit down with the leaders at the city and really look at the contracts themselves and determine how can we help to slim down that process and/or better advise residents about how to go through the process. We're finding real roadblocks there, and so, you know, that would be something that we would love to continue to work on, and we think that as a part of this collective, that's a role that the Urban League will continue to play in the residential space. We're also working with CMHA and others, so we think that that's a particular role that we can also play.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I can, and council staff, the complexity of construction is real, and it's one that there's a lot of places that I think that you can support. You know, you're looking at bonding as possible legislation. I know permitting is being discussed and considered. You know, Marcia talked about the payment terms and how long one might have to wait. And so it's all of those factors of pulling those things together to both educate, to support, and assist. Certainly understanding, you know, maintaining books and financing and, you know, providing good customer service. Marcia and I have had a conversation over the last couple of months about how we, even from a union contractor standpoint, and we have educators, we offer 125 classes a year to major contractors, but to maybe roll some of that curriculum down to other contractors who are not necessarily doing the major work, I think we're prepared to do in partnership with Urban League and Hispanic Business Center, the Hispanic Chamber. And I just say that I think it takes this collective in order for us to really be able to make things happen. And we're working with Hispanic Chamber on the Construction Opportunity Fair that will take place next Friday at Max Hayes. It's to engage them with, from ODOT to major employers to community partners, to expose individuals throughout the city and primarily east side or west side of our community to the construction industry and where those resources are and suppliers. I mean, certain things take place that if I'm a small company and I'm only putting up 100 sheets of drywall and I'm going to Lowe's to buy that, it's a higher cost than if I can find another supplier. And so through partnerships, through relationships, I think we can help support that. We can help facilitate that. We can maybe teach them means and methods that where it's not in competition with our, you know, what we're doing in terms of major projects. So I know that there's a willingness today to help to support that, and I think this collaboration, this group that we're sitting here at the table is probably the start of that, but there are other partners, as Michelle alluded to, that are part of this overall effort that I think we can create this ecosystem. The construction sector, in my opinion and many's opinion, has never had a true industry sector partnership where people are working together. It's been very siloed. And I think this will allow us to maybe come together a lot better than we've ever been able to.
Thank you. And I just two more questions, then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. You know, you touched on like just city services, right? Like we have all these departments, Department of Aging. I mean, we're approving ARPA for home repair and capital dollars. And so what I often hear, it's taking years, right, for any resident to get their service because they don't have enough contractors, right? So this is why I'm very excited about this conversation. But my initial thought is $10 million. Is that enough for this type of work to build the capacity that we need to service our city? And next question to that is, you know, are there other partners that are contributing to this initiative and this collaboration?
So I'll take the first question first. I think I said earlier that 10 million is a down payment. We're asking for 10 million in ARPA funds because it allows us to get going immediately on this pressing need. We know there are projects today that don't have enough workers, and there are certainly more coming. We also anticipate, though, that for some of the federal investments, infrastructure in particular, those will come with additional workforce dollars. And so, again, the $10 million is for workforce development and $1 million for the further cultivation of minority-owned owners. But I think 10 million is the appropriate level to seed this work and hope that it will live long beyond the 4-year grant period. But we also anticipate competing for additional federal dollars for workforce, as well as any formula funding, additional formula funding that may come our way from the Department of Transportation, for example. And then in terms of partners, I'm really glad you asked this question because it certainly is more than just the 5 of us, although this is the dream team that you'd start with if you were working on something like this. In your packets are additional letters of intent. Those letters of intent represent anticipated execution partners, the group of people that we need to execute this work with as little additional administrative costs as possible. The reason that we have designed this so that the $10 million initially goes to OMJ is this is how we typically operate. We take in federal WIOA funds and we distribute it to execution and training partners. That's the same model we're using here. And so we're trying not to reinvent anything. We're trying to use the community partners that we know do good work now. And so I do think the composition of that list is really important. But I would also emphasize that we would also love to hear from council or from anyone on who else should be at our growing table, because you may know the employers, organizations, or even residents in your wards who should be part of this.
Yeah, thank you on that. And I'll just finish with this. Let's just take Spanish American Committee as an example, right? Maybe they don't operate as another partner that you will be allocating funds to. Is there training for these organizations to build capacity within their organizations to service, community outreach, engagement, budget? I mean, I realize a lot of these organizations need handholding and some training, and so I kind of yield with that question, then I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
I'm going to answer and then let Marcia talk, which is, yes, the consistent quality across our training providers is really important. And some training providers, like Spanish American Committee, for example, will need different support to be a partner in this project than Tri-C, for example. But that consistency of what we are providing through our collaboration is really important, especially when it comes to the coaching and supportive services piece, making sure that residents, no matter how they enter into this programming, are receiving the same high quality level of coaching, supports, and later employment. And I think you have a lot of experience in this, so I'd love for you to speak to that as well.
So to the chair, we would love to see an opportunity, just like the program that we put together for Sherwin-Williams of a construction accelerator to solve the problem of not having enough minority contractors who are working at the level that was really being challenged at the high levels of operation. We also have done technical assistance for out-of-school time providers because that was an area where we had great expertise. So we would love to take that expertise and bring to the table and do a sort of train the trainer and also bring the leverage of all the experience we have in our entrepreneurship center where we're helping businesses to grow, then to help providers to grow as well. And I think that would be a very easy transition and one that we would certainly appreciate being able to mount, because the more experience that we have and the more capacity we have in our community to put against this issue, the better off we're all going to be.
Thank you, Ms. McBee, and I think it's time for us to meet. And I have so many other questions, but I am going to turn it over to my colleagues. So first up, I have Vice Chair, Councilwoman House.
So good afternoon. Thank you. I was looking. I'm looking at the breakdown that it was kind of outlined here, and I'm gonna go back because again, I guess my mind has really been shifted. I am rereading The Color of Law, and so I'm just moved to just be like, let's call a thing a thing. One of the things I think also reviewing this, and I believe Mr. Nance, he talked about it, how most of the African-American owned companies are sole proprietorships. And when you look in specifically government, there really hasn't been a group of people outside of Black people who have been systematically targeted for economic exclusion and other things compared to African Americans. That is the legislative historical record, and we are seeing the ramifications in that. And so I bring that to this point of looking at the, one of the things was the first point, the $2 million of the expansion of construction apprenticeships and other programs to increase construction jobs, including among people of color. I really, for my, I don't know how we need to do this, but the grouping of people is problematic. We have to stop grouping, like all the minorities, we're just gonna put them together. No. We need to separate specifically, and my request is for Black people.
I agree.
We have to do that because it is easy to hide what is not being done by putting everybody together. We're gonna put the women in there, we're gonna put the African Americans in there, we're gonna put the Hispanics, and again, while they are all different disadvantages, historically, not like Black people.
That's right.
And this is just where I'm at, and I know I'll have to, and I would like to be a partner of helping it, but part of the reason it has been very hard to truly identify, because it's always a group. BIPOC. What does that mean? Like, so this is a request to disaggregate cultures and races as we are doing this stuff. No, I'll do it.
I support it.
I'll do that. We have to start doing that. We have to start better tracking what is happening. And so so it struck me in the construction line, and it goes to the conversations that I have when I talk to the guy on the street, because it's a group of guys on 93rd and Huff. I be seeing them and I be like, we want you. They know I want them to get off the corner, right? But sometimes I talk to them, right? One of the guys talked to me. He said, no, I'm a part of a union. He was like, yeah, I was part of a union. He said, but he was like, no, but I stopped doing it because it's like you want me to do the years of back-breaking work, and then it'll be another. He was like, a white dude come, he here for a minute, and next thing you know, he my boss. And he like, well, how is that fair? Right? But again, it is again reiterated, because again, I'm reading the color of law of how these things happen, and like a lot of times your body is used, right? But you don't necessarily get the benefit of the economic rewards that are happening. And we can see what is happening with this infrastructure bill. Yeah, everybody need workers, but what about owners? Like we gotta have some real equity and Black business owners being owners and not just the workers. Not the workers in a real way.
Or fronts.
In a real way. And so I don't know what is it going to take for us, and I'm challenging Cleveland City Council, because again, this is laws. This was government that have created these conditions, and government is going to have to create a pathway to create a better difference for Black people. And I know this makes people uncomfortable, but again, like I said, and the next thing I'm going to is the analysis specifically on Cleveland, which talks about the Black ghetto. That was written in the early 1900s, that can bring the context of what has been done in our city.
Horrible.
And we have an opportunity to change the trajectory of Black people. That is what I'm committed to. I'm going to, and not just talking about it. This is an opportunity. So I guess I know I've done a lot, but again, it just triggered something in me when I see this. It just triggered something. So what I'm going back to, in this recent conversations, I know I have a president who talks about working, 7 years, working on pre-apprenticeships, can't find a pathway to showing community members how to be a part of apprentice, and he was a card-carrying member of the IBEW for 40 years. But he don't have no connection. You see what I'm saying? Like, and this was yesterday. And it's frustrating. On the top of having I'm just having a moment, y'all, because it's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's frustrating.
It's trauma.
And you're in a position to try to figure out a solution when it ain't no solutions at the moment. But we are here, and we are brilliant, and we gonna We gonna figure it out. We are going to figure it out. But I just had to put this here because it is too much money. It is too much hurt for Black people. And a lot of the things that come before us are not going to change that as they are presented to us. So that's what I can give at the moment.
To the chair and to the vice chair, a couple of thoughts. First of all, I've been waiting for this conversation for a long time. So I'm glad we're having it. One of your city council staff people, Brooke Sabin, helped to do the editing and reviewing of the Time to Expand study. We have disaggregated data from the Ohio Apprenticeship Council, which is in that report, which I would encourage council staff to bring to the attention of the vice chair, the chair, and the committee members. We were very intentional about disaggregating the information. So that's point one. Point two is that to your point about ownership, I'll defer to my colleagues on other aspects of what you brought forward. As the Region's Chamber of Commerce, and as I briefly shared, our role at the GCP is that we work with companies of all sizes, and my work has primarily focused on working with our major employers for the last 9 years. During that time, we have never had a minority-owned firm serve as a prime contractor. We have never had a minority-owned firm serve as an owner's representative. We have not had minority-owned firms. We have had a few joint ventures where minority firms have partnered with majority firms, but the specific focus, the focus that the GCP will be bringing to this built environment proposal is that we don't need fingers and toes to count the minority-owned and Black-owned construction firms of size and scale. Our advocacy has been working with the major employers who are building major projects to move those folks to the next level of participation. We know who they are. We have strong relationships with those minority-owned contractors. We have strong relationships with the major employers, project builders. Some are more willing to do engage in those kinds of conversations than others. And I'll finish with this. This is why the Community Benefit Ordinance is so important, because it's going to, again, raise that foundation. And then the individual community benefit agreements that you as city council members will be negotiating with project owners will give you that next level of opportunity to create that next level of accountability as a part of ensuring that we start to change the trajectory of what the vice chair so brilliantly shared with us.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Councilwoman House. I hope that any constituent of yours that is looking right now sees how passionate you are about changing the landscape of your neighborhood, and we really appreciate you.
Chair, if it's okay, I'd like to respond as well. Vice Chair House, thank you for raising this, and I understand this is a lot of money, but I do see it as a tool to get to what you're talking about, and so I think one thing we can do right now at this table is to commit to changing the way we've portrayed the key outcomes here and to disaggregate them, and we'd love to work with you on what that will look like with this flow of funding. We are at a point in the development of this proposal where we have a framework and a lead grantee and anticipated execution partners and committed outcomes, but we can change how the subgrant agreements work and what we're asking of the execution partners, and so it's not too late to change the way we are holding ourselves accountable for this funding over time, and would be happy to work with you on what a reasonable disaggregation and goals would be.
Yeah, just for a point of clarification, I'm glad that you are open to that. But I really, again, I'm just continuing to plant seeds about the work that is required.
We have to. It is not good enough for us just to think, well, it's not on the books that we can exclude Black people. But again, the intentionality of repairing and restoring and building up what we destroyed. That's the work. The fact that we could talk about in 2023, in the city of Cleveland, we never had a prime contractor. Never. 1796 to 2023. We should be shamed. Shamed. Shamed and embarrassed as a community. Never. And people see this. They frustrated. They pissed. We talk about the violence that go on in this community. This is what happened. Because you live in a Black city that won't be Black that much longer, and we ain't gonna even talk about how the dynamics are changing, because it won't be. But in the history thus far, you don't get an opportunity of the goodness. That's what I'm talking about. We have to, yes, Black people deserve that. And they need leaders who are going to commit to making it a reality. And it's frustrating. I'm telling you, because anyway, that's what I'm talking about. That's the message I'm trying to carry.
Chair, can I also kind of comment to Vice Chair House? It's real. And I mean, in my office, there hang pictures from 1932 of apprenticeship classes that are all white men in 1933 and 1937, and that's history. But it hangs in our office in 2023. I think we're about today trying to change that perception and reality. I walk in rooms all the time with industry colleagues that do not look like this room, do not look like me. It's a challenge to have them understand why they ought to be more inclusive. When I met Michelle Rose back in September, I think, Michelle, at your office for the first time, I had a sense that she wanted to do things differently. She was committed to trying to make changes, and so I've been pleased then over the last 4 or 5 months in a couple of different opportunities to interface with her, and her asking myself and the head of building trades, the head of my association, to come to the table to be part of this. And I think the understanding and commitment to being a better partner, not a this is mine, that's yours, sort of mindset, I think has begun to occur. And I think I know I'm committed to seeing more Black and brown. And as I talk to owners and developers and provide perspective, it is to desegregate, diversity to what about Blacks? What about Hispanics? What about veterans? What about women? Don't lump them all together with SBEs, because you can't distill enough to understand what that looks like. And so I think what I've said for a long time is that in Cleveland, we need the Cleveland plan for construction, that it should not be upon Sherwin-Williams that builds a building once every 80, 100 years to understand what and how, right? That ought to be better identified for what a developer ought to do if they're going to do work in the city of Cleveland. And I think the community benefit ordinance and the work which you're doing as council and administration will go a long way in assisting that, and then just helping to determine who the partners, players, and responsible parties are for some of the actions and activities that need to occur. What wasn't apparent to me 10, 15 years ago was that the number of Black businesses that are successful that are in construction probably is above any other sector. Above healthcare, above IT, above manufacturing. There are more Black companies that are doing $1 million, that are doing $10 million, that are doing $20 million a year than any other sector. It's in construction. And where you start, be it as a laborer or as a 2-men-in-a-truck company, does not have to be where you end. And you can start and go from being an apprentice to a craftsman to a foreman or supervisor or lead superintendent to being a company owner. And that's really the beauty of this industry. And it doesn't require a 4 or 5 year degree, right? You can do it from your own equity and opportunity. Yes, there will be struggles. Yes, there will be unfair playing fields. In our office, there's a book of chronicling the Cleveland Press, the Cleveland Call and Post, the Cleveland Plain Dealer articles about Negroes protesting on the mall. Pipe fitters for 30 years have been under a federal consent decree for EEO for 30 years and still exist. Right? And so we have to make change, and I think there are many of us who are committed to doing that with political leadership and your leadership. I think we are well on our way to being able to do that. The community benefit in that process, the funding for this, ARPA funds for a built environment, I think should require us to work together in a meaningful way to support Black Clevelanders, Latino Clevelanders, women Clevelanders in a much more meaningful way than our industry has in the past. Keeping in mind that I represent maybe 40% of that, not the 100%, but I think we're committed on the major projects to ensuring that there are people both in the workforce side, but also in the business enterprise side. So thank you.
Are you done, Councilwoman? Okay, next up I have Councilman Starr.
First, I would like to say thank you, Chair, but most importantly, thank you, Vice Chairwoman, Councilwoman House, for telling the truth. My feelings and thoughts are matching you equal when we talk about a topic that we often like to throw under the rug. My very first question that I would like to definitely address to the table will be to Mr. Chris, through the chair, as well as Mr. Glenn, correct? Can you just give a number of years that you've been in the construction industry here for the city of Cleveland or Northeast Ohio, or in business, period, as far as the work you've done over the years?
So before that, I'd say I worked for the Cleveland Indians for 8 years. I worked for Destination Cleveland for 10. I ran a Call and Post for 2. I've been working at the construction industry for 14. It's probably the toughest job I've had, minus the Call and Post with all the other Don King, George Forbes, and but in working with it's a tough industry. There's a lot that I've learned over the years and a lot that I'm trying to pass on and engage. I know that I can't do this work alone. It's important, and I work with Marcia and the Spanish American Committee and the Hispanic Chamber and others to help advance equity a lot more. But to answer the specific question, it's been 14 years.
14 years? Yes, Mr.
To the chair, to the councilman, 9 years.
9 years. I say that to ask the question. One of the things that I learned at Baldwin Wallace, but where I learned that from King Kennedy projects is when you get the knowledge, it's important and imperative that we pass it on down. So within the time that we have been here, and through your experience, what has been put in place to break the barriers that we're dealing with? One of the things that I too have a problem with is that subcontract. How do we get more minorities to be in the level that they can do the general construction? They could be joint ventures on actual projects that we've probably learned how to do based off the work that we probably went through. How do we open up more doors for others? And I'm trying to figure out through this piece of legislation, is that something that we're looking to do? One, and then two, through this piece of legislation, and we get all this training, are we going to have direct employment opportunities for those individuals that go through the training through this $10 million through the chair to the table?
Yeah. To the chair, to the councilman. So I'll take a couple of quick thoughts. So number one, the answer to your question is, I think yes questions, yes, yes, and yes. I'll start with the last one first. It is growing, right? The CSU study, right? 24,000 African-American owned businesses. If they each add one employee, we can cut unemployment in half, right, in the Cleveland metropolitan statistical area. Not just white employment, not Hispanic employment. We cut unemployment in half if we grow black businesses, right? So that's first point. Second point is, certainly as Also, as my colleague Glenn Shoemate mentioned, in order to scale these construction opportunities, we very definitely are, my particular focus in the 15 to 20 firms that we'll be focusing on, we're focusing on more mature firms, firms that have been around for several years, those who are ready to move to the next level. We have a very specific track record of working with more mature firms to connect them to the next level. As a part of this proposal, we not only want to help them grow their revenues and their business success as a fellow MBA, we also want to encourage them to hire apprentices, right? And hire employees. Not all businesses make the decision as they are growing their revenues to grow their number of employees. A very intentional part of this proposal will be encouraging folks to expand their workforce. Now, again, through the work of the many supportive services that the Urban League has access to, that we have access to at the Greater Cleveland Partnership, we also want to help people grow businesses smartly, right? We don't want folks to grow from 2 to 10 if they really only need or in a position to really scale to 5. Even making the decision to add 1 employee is a significant decision. So yes, it's our intention to help grow minority-owned businesses, African-American-owned businesses in particular, as Glenn Shoemate mentioned, our largest concentration. We also have a significant number of Hispanic construction firms that we have been working with and that we would also be focused on helping them grow.
Okay. Go ahead. Yep, you good. Another point that I would bring would be is, I look around and see all these same organizations doing the same work, getting involved in every project that happened in the city of Cleveland. I look at these different organizations. Every time we get a piece of legislation, I see their name involved. Some do great work, but I really want to challenge the actual work that's being done if we still got the same stuff happening over and over. I know you mentioned through the chair, Mr. Nance, about the opportunity to mature organizations, but I'm thinking about those organizations that's just trying to pull it together as well, that need these to help in hand, needs to hand-holding so they can be able to actually bid on the projects. I was talking to some folks not too long ago, and we was talking about how, it's quick to say, well, the minority black company don't know how to do the books right or create the proposal for the budget. But then we get a white company, and some of those individuals don't know how to do the budget right. But nobody ever bring that up to the forefront. But those same white ones still continue to get the contracts, but we overlook the black ones and say they don't need the resources. So I just want to make sure we know that is a major issue, and that's the reason why we don't have businesses or construction companies able to do the work. Because we turn a blind eye to ours sometimes, and I just want to make sure in the power of leadership that you two brothers are in, that we really are making sure we're doing our due diligence to help these businesses get involved. I personally, as a council member, work with the Office of Equal Opportunity Director Tyson Mitchell, Mr. former Councilman Zach Reed, and every project in my neighborhood. I ask before a person talk about a groundbreaking, before they ask for a TIF, I said, where's the OEO stands on it? And that's how the development is going to go, as long as I'm a member of this body, and if I'm at the table, I'm going to be the first to ask, where is the equity? We always talk about equality versus equity. Equality is giving everybody just get a pair of tennis shoes. But when we talk about equity, we talk about giving everybody a pair of tennis shoes that they can actually fit. And that's what we have to do. We have to make sure everyone is afforded the opportunity to do the things we have. So my other question I would just definitely address to the table more so with this program that we're looking for as we talk about Built Environment Workforce Development Initiative. Is this offered to just adults or certain age groups, or are we looking into the youth? I got Executive Director Craig Dorn here, YOU, so I definitely want to know who are we actually targeting for this initiative, and who are those individuals through the chair?
Thanks for the question. As you saw earlier, we have set a key performance indicator around 3,000 new enrollments in training providers over 4 years. There's an assumption here that first of all, that's a lot of people in workforce just relative to our population. I assume that a lot of those people are currently disconnected from the workforce. So we've got to be looking really in all corners of our city to get more people re-engaged in the workforce. And that's one of the things I like about the design of this project is we're connecting them in and measuring that. And the number of placements is ultimately very important as well. But we need a lot of people, which is why we have set also high performance standards around how we will measure subgroups as well, which we'll be adjusting now with Vice Chair Haas's help. But yes, there is also specific funding in this proposal for youth outreach and programming. So I'd love for Craig to talk a little bit about that line item.
To the councilman through the chair, the YOU role will be focused on high school students, but the overall project is looking at all youth 14 to 24. Overall project is agnostic about age, so in terms of who we're targeting, it's are you a Cleveland resident and you're interested in engaging in construction. There is, though, a healthy piece looking at youth, with high school students it being more focused on exposure and introduction, and 18 to 24-year-olds to go directly into training programs that others offer. There's Urban League, YOU offers, but many offer programs for 18 to 24-year-olds. And so if a 19 or 21-year-old comes to us, we want to get them right into the training at that point. So overall, the answer to your question is we're targeting every age as long as they're city residents.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Councilman, let me just say this. While we bring truth to the table.
Yeah.
I thought you pushed it. Thank you. I thought you turned. Thank you. Let's bring some more truth to the table. When we're talking economics, there are laws of supply and demand. Part of the issue here is, and my two brothers here who we worked on the community benefits agreement, the first one, when we started, we were talking about an industry that was friends, brothers, and in-laws. Okay? How long we've been laboring to start to change the culture around that and change how we operate around that. So that's the first thing. What happened was there was a recognition that there was going to be such a retirement pool on that industry that it opened up the thinking about we got to do something different because union dues are going to be required to sustain that industry, okay? So we have a different kind of demand, kind of a situation to which we can now move the needle. So therefore, what we're talking about here is the supply end. How do we develop the supply for this time when the demand is going to be greater? And I can tell you that in the program that we put together for Sherwin-Williams, the majority of those individuals in that construction accelerator are Black companies. And we carefully look at every piece of what are the barriers that are preventing them from growing and try to create not a cookie cutter, but a specialized program for each one of them to grow. And then finally, I will say that the Urban League also, in partnership and in alignment with what YOU is doing, we have a career pathways program for high school level. And we're working so together, probably between what YOU is doing and we're doing, we cover all of the high schools in CMSD. And ours will be a 9 through 12 where we're exposing individuals along the continuum. And then we have an adult workforce component where they roll right into that because we're talking 18 to 20 to 32, right, Glenn, is like the sweet spot for construction workers, 18 to 32, because first of all, they have to have transportation, they have to be drug-free, and they have to be able to get to work at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. So there are a lot of things that are necessary that we're able to help condition, prepare, and support our individuals to be successful. And we have track record on helping that to happen.
Yeah, and thank you, Director, and thank you, Director, because you touched on one of my points, because I'm looking over here to my friends in the crowd, CMSD, to figure out where they play in the role in this, and I'm a strong advocate for workforce in the CMSD, but I also want to put on record that I wrote down as you were speaking some particular high schools: John Adams, East Tech, John F. Kennedy, Glenville, Collinwood. How do we make sure this program that we're trying to target actually hit some schools on this east side? Because we really lack these workforce opportunities being made available in neighborhoods that's majority black. And these career opportunities can change a life. I know Mr. Dorn knows through the work at Boys and Girls Club that I've actually worked in the construction field and mentor youth to be able to build houses with Building Great Futures program. And those type of opportunities changed some kids' lives, but also directed them into a different position than they were possibly going to. So what I wanted to also ask is, what is the recruitment? What is the marketing plan? I know we have lots of money going into these pools, but fellow NBA, I mean, just saying we're gonna give $2 million here makes you look at the budget even a little more in depth. And I even looked at the part where it says minority contractor development capacity building, and I see $1 million in my head. I'm like, that should be at least $2.5 million or something. And what is the actual deliverables based on the funding? What is the return on our investment are we going to see from this overall project of $10 million towards this built environment workforce development initiative? Because right here, when I see this letter of intent, I'm kind of not happy with some of the names that I see on this list. Now, I am great with YOU, Urban League. I would definitely advise my chairperson about the Spanish American Committee to see if that's one of the top organizations from her expertise. But then I also know about tourist employment. And then when I see the breakdown of everything, I see Rittal Green Partnership, but I really don't see them in the programmatic activity of where they're going to play as in the role of this. So when I'm thinking about this $10 million that we're looking to bring this initiative to fruition, I'm just trying to see what is going to actually happen, how we're going to spend all of the $10 million. Like, if we all been sitting there since 1:30, we just drove down on $600,000. Now we're talking $10 million, and we basically just said we're going to have a pool of money here, line item here, but it doesn't have an in-depth understanding of how we're going to get these people who are not working to get involved. And that's right there when I have a problem, when I'm at the table as a council member, about what are we doing with this money. And that's why I'm looking here like, to the chairwoman and to my colleagues, like, okay, we all want to see this happen. Let me make sure I put that clear. We all want to see this happen, but we don't want to sit here and say we still have the same unemployment problem. We still have the same different organizations getting contracts, but they're not delivering because they're coming back for more money, and we still doing the same thing over and over. So I'm looking through the whole strategic business plan on how we're going to implement the recruitment, the marketing, the structure, how we're going to actually attain people. Because when we talk about job opportunity, I got to be able to handle some of my issues today. I don't got 2 weeks to worry about a check. I need to be able to make some money today. I need bus and transportation reliable now. I need housing. I need food before I can even work. So therefore, I'm trying to figure out through this $10 million, what can we do? And also don't forget about Ginn Academy. And he's running a great program over there. State champion, where Conwell, he's not here today. But those type of things is what, when I look at this $10 million, I just want to make sure I just say it to my colleagues. I'm hesitant on saying I would vote yes today based on what we have here. Right now, we just have $10 million and some little things that we're trying to do. I want to look at these organizations that we have letters of intent to see what they're actually doing right now and their capacity. And I wanted to see if they're actually delivering on what they're saying they're doing. Like I mentioned earlier, we've dealt with some nonprofit organizations that say they're doing one thing, but when we ask for the number and the receipts, we get nothing. We get nothing. but we get another piece of legislation later on that year asking for more money to do the same thing over and over. And if you keep doing the same thing over and over, expect the results. We're going to keep on living in insanity. We're going to continue to be dealing with the same issues. So I definitely would just turn the mic over to the table just to ask, like, do we really have an actual plan based off what people currently already doing and how we're going to reach the full capacity? Meaning we already know we don't have that many people working. Do we have something in place to make sure they actually get an opportunity to do this job, but not just do the training, but also get placed into a job and employment to change their life? I'm talking about, I represent a neighborhood that's been redlined. It's been redlined before I was even born. So we still trying to right the wrongs of what was done when some other people was here. I wasn't even allowed to do the work. So what I'm saying is, how can we ensure that this $10 million is going to help the organization, or are we going to continue to say Cleveland Neighborhood Progress when every time I see them get a contract, I say, what y'all do first? Every time I see them get a contract or see their name on something, I'm like, are you a CDC or how are you helping the CDCs if they still having the same issues, but they steady getting a contract and we don't even know what they're doing? Even where it come down to this million, it's $500,000 to outreach and CDCs to residents to promote training and employment opportunities. So why do we need to pay CMP as well as CDCs to do something we already do? Why don't we just get with the CDCs and work out the outreach plan and the targeted plan, how we're going to get into the schools over there with CMSD to make sure we set up a program. February 1st happening next week, and YOU application for summer job employment opens up. Shout out to Craig Dorn. We know we've been doing this for years. That opens up, where is the strategy to get these young folks into those careers? We always have a large population that apply for the jobs, but we never have enough money to be able to employ everyone that applies for a job. And I'm a firm believer, if the educator, Miss House, got me and convinced me as a young person to apply for this application for a job, I should have a job as a summer job. I should be able to get a trade and start off so I can be able to figure out where I want to go. But what I keep seeing is Cleveland Neighborhood Progress. I keep seeing just nothing. And I love YOU, I love some of these organizations, but I'm like, what are we actually doing to change or solve the problems? Or are we just going to keep passing out money and different things? So I just wanted to tell the chair that, right now, I will hold off myself for just voting until we can get a real clear day-to-day operation of a plan of how we're going to actually see this money get spent, as well as to follow up, and I'm going to say it, quarterly updates on where we are at with the initiative. Do we still have 10 people in this program? What is the needs that Urban League may have? What is the needs that Youth Opportunity Limited? And then also, what is the other workforce initiative? We just limited ourselves to just these categories when I know Urban League have way more workforce initiatives that they can offer, but I'm just saying, is this based off the 10 million only? These the only job opportunities or partners? I know I'm saying a lot because it's just so much as I've been reading this and studying this that I'm just trying to figure out what we do. I've seen all the letters of support from these wonderful organizations, but I'm talking about where are the receipts? And that's just my main point, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Starr. Do you want to respond, Director
Yes,
Rose?
please. Through the chair to the councilman. The budget you're looking at is one document of many we've provided today, and I've once again put the key outcomes we expect for this funding on the slide. So those are the outcomes you can expect from the partnerships. The ordinance, as you're considering it, grants $10 million one time to Ohio Means Jobs, a city-county agency where I will be happy to provide you quarterly updates. We have the financial capacity to administer this funding to our execution partners. We have experience with federal funding and compliance. That's all we do. And More than that, it is, we will, through this funding, have the operational capacity to have oversight over these sub-grant agreements, which we've talked about before. I don't have any receipts for you because we haven't executed those yet, because this $10 million is specifically to stand up new programming and to scale programming that exists with these execution partners. And as I mentioned earlier, we would be happy to have suggestions on additional execution partners that you know in your community to make this initiative even stronger.
Thank you, Chairwoman, through the chair. Next generation, construction should be there.
Great.
And I believe they already doing training and teaching with young folks to be able to get a job. Already in the construction field, Shakori Davis is doing that type of work. So I think that organization should be brought to the table to do some education. We need to make sure we reaching the people the right way. We can't just have the hierarchy of people that know the knowledge not being able to reach those who just don't understand. We gotta help each other up. So when I'm talking about the receipts, I'm talking about in their current capacity, because I know we said this 10 million is to expand some of the services we're already doing. So the receipt I'm talking about is what are people currently doing right now? What are the openings? What needs to be filled? And how can we get to that next level to make sure we continuously get to that 3,000 people to be enrolled in the next 4 years?
Thank you, Councilman Starr. Director, just previous years, how much funding did this department receive from the city?
Ohio Means Jobs operates and receives WIOA funding, which is a federal regulation, a federal law. Our current budget for this year is around 16 million of WIOA funding.
Thank you. Okay. Next on the list, I have Councilman Slide.
Thank you. And, you know, just an observation, having been on this side of the table, previously on that side of the table, over the years, and this is not a criticism of OEO, this is a recognition of a limitation, is that, you know, Madam Chair, what we've had to date is essentially a structure where you could own a subcontracting company, you could hire a whole bunch of me, I'm a white guy, and that meets the letter of the law for our equal opportunity requirements. And clearly, this council has recognized that what we've had has not met the spirit of the law, which is to create opportunities for Black residents, Hispanic residents, women residents. So I'm excited to see that we are now doing the more important fundamental work of creating that employment pipeline so we can rectify that problem. So I want to put that out there and say that this has been a long time coming, and I appreciate you all for being here. To the executive director, I'll follow up with you later on this, but we had Team NEO in yesterday at our caucus meeting, and I saw that they are listed as kind of on the secondary box of partners, but not at like the core list. I just love to have a sidebar with you. I'm going to be setting up a time with them because as they work to help businesses expand and attract businesses into the region, I really want to make sure that this is at the forefront of those arguments, that people in the corporate community, whether they're buying into this because they want to or they cynically recognize the economic and PR value. This is a way that we can distinguish Cleveland and help bring the work here that the men and women we train for construction jobs will then be able to help build. So I'll follow up with you on that. I'm not sure who this is a question for, or maybe a question for Attorney Ganglani, but there's the body of the legislation, and then there's the legislative summary that just notes $10 million. But is the chart that kind of breaks down the $10 million within is that as of now part of the legislation? Is that a supplemental document, or is that part of the legislation? Okay. I'm not going to propose, colleagues, any amendment at this point, but I think something we need to talk about with especially Chairwoman Santana, Councilman Spencer, because they're on finance, is what this document does and if it is included in at some point as a legislative summary as currently stated, or amended somehow, because this is just trust but verify. As it's written right now, it seems that it's $10 million, and this is a rough breakdown, but there's a lot of leeway as the legislation exists within that. So if there are things in this legislation that we really feel are of utmost importance, I think that we should quantify that specifically and put it in the legislation to make sure that what is being presented before council ends up being part of the legislation. So I'm not gonna propose what that should be right now, because I think that's a whole other conversation. But I just
Duly
want to state
noted.
it. Okay.
I think Brooke can take a note of that, and we will ensure that the actual ordinance is reflective of the legislative intent based on this conversations of how it should be allocated for the various purposes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the other brief, I guess, soapbox moment, but something that I think gets lost sometimes in the conversations is, we get criticized as a city at times for putting public dollars into projects around town. And I just, as a thought, is that we can argue whether those dollars are always necessary or whether a company would certainly leave or not build, but a value of us being participatory in those projects is this work, is that we are allowed to, through OEO, through community benefits coming down the pike, we're able to ensure that our goals are translating into projects. And honestly, I'd argue that we are increasing the likelihood that the people we're intending to benefit, that prime contractor is more competitive because they're more familiar with what our goals are, and we're not creating opportunities for people and businesses that are outside of the region that recognize an opportunity to come and make money, but then take that money back to wherever. So I want to, just as we talk about how we do CBAs, how we talk about development around town, that's the trigger that allows this to happen, and I don't want us to lose sight of that. Now, that's not to say that we should give away the farm, but we should recognize that it is a consequence of our involvement and something that we should leverage strategically. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Councilman. Next in line, I have Jones. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. First, let me just, start out by thanking, and I understand the administration in putting this here, because there is a lot of talk in the industry here in the city of Cleveland, an increase in the construction jobs and being prepared and ready as we move forward in the city of Cleveland. So it's good to see that there's a focus in allocating funds in this direction. But you have to go back a little bit in order to move forward and to be successful, and to learn where was the mistakes. And from a personal note, there was a time when I was unemployed and did not have one red penny, Madam Chairwoman, or a silver nickel. And I had to, as the old saying goes, you have to jump in the deep end, and either you're going to do one or two things. You're going to sink or you're going to swim. And for me, that was my starting and establishing a business, a minority business in this city. Previously, before that, I was a sitting council person, and we would have a lot of requests from people who needed to have jobs. And our office was loaded with people coming in and wanting to get work. And so I utilized my office as an employment place. After I started my own business, I saw that there was a lot of limitations. And I saw that there was a lot of limitations here in the city of Cleveland as relates to employment and opportunities for minority business owners. So much so that in one situation, I would go and to the various different organizations that would work to try to help or assist minority businesses along, and had to give a mountain of paperwork, and then got nowhere at the end of the day. I've done that several times, spending my time and energy and effort with no success. Then I got to a point where I wanted to get a contract working for one of the in this particular instance, a county contract. And when I went to go pursue that contract, they told us all the things that we must do, and we had to bid in the process to get the work. Put the entire bid package together, put everything together, very professional. I knew that we could beat the bid in terms of rehabilitation work, in terms of housing, and then didn't get the contract. That happened so much, so often, that it was crazy. Then I went on and started getting other contracts, and by the grace of God, I was able to feed my family. But the difficulty here in the city of Cleveland, being a minority-owned business, starting from scratch, and I didn't have all the problems that some of you all talked about, the businesses having the capacity in terms of cash flow. Because for me, I had to work very hard for the first 7 months. It's called sweat equity, to build my cash flow so that I could hire other people to work for me. And then as I began to build my business up, I saw discrimination in our financial institutions not wanting to give me loans. And so then I decided that I would build my cash flow up to such a degree where I didn't have to worry about getting a loan from a financial institution. That's how upset I was about the whole proposition. And I did as much. And so then with that, as we began to expand and grow, I also saw the discrimination in the marketplace in terms of other contractors who were white, who didn't even know the business, and was getting the lion's share of the work coming out brand new, 22-year-olds, and doing a horrible job. And then they called me back in to clean up the mess. And so I'm sitting here from a space of both a citizen in the city of Cleveland, a business owner in the city of Cleveland, and a person who set at this policy before I got into business, and then sitting at this table now in terms of getting the business. And $10 million, I will say, is a lot of money. It's a good start, but I want to share this with my colleagues. This is the most money that Cleveland City Council has ever given in its history to do such a program like this. And it's major. What causes me to have somewhat of erring on the side of caution, I haven't heard anything since all of the testimony that will be done any different than what is being done on the market space now. Ohio Means Jobs has, and I have my ear down to the ground a lot on these issues and subject matters because it's critical to me. And I'm not here to criticize you all because we have a problem in the city hiring minority contractors and paying them. There's minority contractors right now that still have not been paid by this city, and this city owes them money. And we have a problem with being able to take care, when we sat here, you were here earlier, talking about the conditions of our schools, that we have to hire social workers, more or less, to help in every aspect of the child to get to the school. That is horrible. And then in today's plain dealer, we have another issue where we need to give funds because of infant mortality on the east side of the city of Cleveland in terms of minority infants. So if it's not one drip and fall of a hammer somewhere in the minority neighborhood, it's another. And part of that, when sitting last week at this table, when we had the FBI and government agencies here, one of the ladies said after the meeting to me, she says, what your neighborhood needs is investments in your neighborhood. You don't have investments in your community. And that's why you have the problems that you have. And then unfortunately, like, I don't know if my other colleagues receive some of the racial hate epithet mailings that I get. Then I heard the guy talk about calling our people in our neighborhood violent and then calling them creatures. I thought it was horrible to have that kind of hate in the world. But is that kind of hate, is one of the reasons why I came back to this table to fight for my people. Because right now, the problems that we're faced with, and most of what you have, unfortunately, is the bottom of the barrel trying to recreate foundation, is because when you had those minority businesses that were here and the people who were able and had the ability and capacity to do, you didn't help them. So they left. And a lot of that generation, it was my generation. I have friends who are business owners in Atlanta to get business because they couldn't get it here in the city of Cleveland. I have people who are in Florida, Texas, Los Angeles, and we talk. So what good is it that we have Ohio Means Jobs and they're hiring or they're bringing people in and training them, but there's no jobs at the end of the training, and they give them a stipend. And that's the talk on the street. So when it comes to this program for $10 million, and I'll say to my colleagues again, having a priority how we spend the money as a council is important, and making sure we take care of the home base first is important. So we're talking about giving $10 million, and I haven't heard anything different on this side of what they're going to do than what has been done already to change. So the question I would have, and I heard someone talk about a study that was done of 24,000 African-American business owners. I'd like to see that study and get that breakdown because I hadn't heard of that here. So it floors me that we got that many businesses here in Northeast Ohio. But I will say that what causes me to err on the side of caution here, Madam Chairwoman, is the fact that we don't know who all is going to get the funds because the breakdowns is not as clear and detailed as it has been.
Do you want her to answer your question? Because I know you said a lot and you had a few questions through your comments. Could she respond?
Yeah, so what I would suggest, if she has a blueprint of information that could show me this, or is this just generally put together and then we're going to lump it and split it out, or do we know? And how it's actually going to be broken down to each of, see, let me make sure I'm detailed and you understand me. I want to know how and where it goes and how it would be potentially used. And then for the next question for the other gentlemen that are here and the distinguished lady and the gentleman that's down at the other end of the table, how is this going to be different from the failed process and programs that has gotten us to a really bad place in Cleveland where we can't even find nothing nowhere from anybody to do anything? And I say that, and I understand some of the frowning on the face, but I say that because I'm sitting in business meetings, and that is what we talk about, that they can't find the people. They're just not here. Go ahead.
Let her answer.
Through the chair to the councilman. As I stated about 15 minutes ago, the budget combined, it sounds like what you're craving is a combination of the anticipated execution partners, of which there are currently 14, but growing because of suggestions from this committee, how that maps to the anticipated budget. But to say that we haven't proposed how we would spend this money is confusing. And
that's not what I'm saying, Madam Chairwoman, so I don't want you to get it, no, I need her to, don't take me out of context. What I'm asking for is how will the money, and this is apart from this is the proposal you have in front of me right now. So I'm not talking about what council is going to add onto this in terms of organizations. Distinguished lady, what I'm trying to understand here is having a more itemized breakdown on how the funding is going to be placed in these various different categories and what agencies and organizations are going to carry out that process, because it's not detailed broke down. It's a big ask for $10 million.
which is, through the chair, that's actually a great point. What is different about this proposal from other previous efforts is that it is $10 million. That this is a transformative amount of money to solve this problem. And the problem is, by the way, the demand for workers across these sectors. You asked a second ago if the jobs exist. Yes, the jobs exist. There is a labor shortage across all of the sectors.
I did not ask if the jobs exist. I know the jobs exist. So I just want you to be clear. It seems like you're confused.
Councilman Jones.
I'm not confused.
Call through the chair, and can you please
Madam
allow
Chairwoman,
her to
I just,
respond.
Madam Chairwoman, on point of order, I'm only asking simply that she doesn't take me out of context. I know that there's jobs. There's a lot of jobs that need to be filled in the city of Cleveland. My statement started out that there's going to be a great demand of jobs, and we need to be able to fill it. And I also commended the administration for taking a move to start looking at this proposition and funding it. The issue is, Madam Chairwoman, being a owner of a business and going through these processes, I don't see anything here different that's going to help a minority business owner like myself. And when the proposition was made about what's the term used here? Putting minorities all in one lump and not focusing on the real deal. The real deal is the black community has been discriminated fiercely in this town to such a degree that we've lost those people now. They moved out. That's the reason why our population has decreased in the African American community by 10%. And so at the end of the day, it's continuing to go down because of the failure of having good quality jobs.
Okay.
Madam
Can you
Chair.
let her respond? Yes. Okay. Okay.
To the councilman. Councilman, I think the way that I would like to respond to your question about what's different. What we have been doing is we have been operating as individual organizations towards a challenge. And let's not, we're talking about construction now, but the community has taken the same approach to your question in healthcare, in IT, and advanced manufacturing by developing sector partnerships and taking the approach of aligning resources for a collective impact ecosystem that can then be focused towards improving the problems in those sectors. This particular initiative is similar, and it's like one of the last sectors to be addressed. We're not calling it a sector partnership because in our city, the Funders Collaborative, Workforce Funders Collaborative, has funded the other sector partnerships, and they didn't want that confusion of this being a sector partnership. But we're following that model that is now showing some successes of more collective impact by bringing an ecosystem together against the program with various partners who can address various components in a collective and coordinated manner. That, sir, is what's different in this proposal.
Madam Chairwoman, then in that sense, why can't this industry do the same thing as healthcare has done? Why are we in the table asking for 10 million? The healthcare industry is not here asking us for 10 million.
But the money comes from, through the chair, I don't know, Michelle, I don't know the numbers, Councilman, of the funding that has come to the other sector partnerships through the Workforce Funders Collaborative, but it comes from somewhere else. So.
And see, here's my problem, right? We're asking the citizens of the city of Cleveland to focus on allocating monies that would normally go to infrastructure and the needs of the actual citizens for an industry that has already failed us. And there is nothing here on this end of it that suggests to me that maybe it might be different this time. And so that's all I'm trying to figure out here. And so when I look at all of the industries, and I deal with them on a daily basis because I have to find employees too, and I'm having a hard time filling my shoes, filling my employees. I've had to shut an entire division down due to the fact that we don't have enough people. We can't pay them what the market space is paying them. So that's an issue, but I don't want to harp on that. I want to ask the distinguished gentleman down there that you have a youth program in place. How many students did you place in jobs last year?
To the councilman through the chair, 1,700.
So you had how many in your program and how many got jobs?
Well, our program is a jobs program, so everyone got a job.
So what kind of jobs were that they were getting?
To the councilman through the chair, a wide variety of jobs ranging from working in the rec centers to working in hospitals. So it's really any job in any sector.
So because the market space is the way it is, you've been very successful in placing all of the people that come through your program?
To the councilman through the chair, our program is a summer job program. They work 6 to 10 weeks, so it's a subsidized summer program. In terms of permanent placements, we operate another program, and if that's your question, the answer is closer to 200.
And now where we have the training that's going to be in the various different, that's grouped in here, where will the actual training take place for this program? Not just the overall, because we're talking about the bigger overall picture. Right. Where is it? Because that's the issue too, where the training is at. One of the concerns that I get from young people, as well as some of those who've gone through the training programs, oftentimes their training is in places they can't get to, out of the city of Cleveland oftentimes, and in parts and places they can't get to. And so I've had that complaint. And so with this $10 million that's invested, where will we have our training programs out of?
To the councilman through the chair, I'll speak to youth and young adult programming. We're looking to do a project actually in Ward 4 with Burton Bell Carr and Habitat for Humanity. A second on the west side, around West 128th. I'm not sure what ward that is. And then I know some of the training opportunities are actually downtown.
Right. Go ahead.
If I may add, through the chair to council, we also, in our career pathways model, we actually deliver services in the schools during the day. So our students are there. And then additionally, we bring them down to the Urban League, and there's transportation to do so in order to do the technical skills training. And then we get them to the sites where they're exposed hands-on to, the various sites. But, we can't take them on the sites until they're really 18. And, so we have some issues there.
Is there some kind of way where in this program we're creating a pipeline with the educational system, CMSD?
Yeah, to the councilman through the chair, between the Urban League and YOU, we actually have access to every single high school student in CMSD on a regular basis, like weekly. And so actually a question Councilman Starr had asked also about outreach. For the youth, we will be exposing every young person in CMSD, as well as a few young people through some other schools like Cleveland Central Catholic, to these opportunities. As Director Rose stated, there's a goal of exposing thousands, and then they all will have opportunities to engage in the training. I also wanted to piggyback on what Ms. Maccabee said in terms of the answer to what's different. I think it is really powerful, this coming together, and she articulated very well. I'll also add, okay. I'll also add that in the youth space, what is different is this funding will allow us to be flexible and more innovative. Much of the funding we do get now is federal dollars that come with, we've talked in this council about the reams of paperwork. So that's another thing that's going to allow us to be different, allow us to be more innovative.
Thank you.
And if I can just share a few other comments, Chair and Council. The ACE program I talked about, we're in 12 CMSD high schools, so east and west, from Ginn Academy to East Tech to John Hay, West Tech, Max Hayes, John Marshall. We use a network of about 125 volunteers who are primarily from suburban professionals in architecture, construction, engineering, who come into our city, the city I live in, to help educate and connect and mentor young people. We then try to put them through a process of career pathways of internships and shadowing and ultimately jobs. And for those who aren't going to go to college, we would love to be able to expand something we've not had the bandwidth for, to talk about paraprofessional or technician level positions in engineering, where it's soil testing or bridge inspection or surveying or drone operations. I mean, things that don't require college, but maybe it's a certification or training that we can work with other partners, Tri-C and others, to help deliver. And there is a great need in this ecosystem that doesn't exist. Right now, it's very fragmented. It's, you know, I don't know. I don't want to say the unions by themselves and everybody else by themselves and the engineers by themselves and designers by themselves. There is no connectivity. This may be one of the first times that I hope that there can be a collaboration that is in a significant way that could be substantial over a period of time, not a one-time, one-year scenario. You know, the ACE program, again, just as a small part of this, right, with the volunteers. But we worked with YOU to get some of those summer dollars and get some of those students placed, working in various projects throughout some of the wards in our city. Very pleased about that. I will tell you that on the adult side, the Cleveland Builds program, we will go into every single ward in the city of Cleveland and hold outreach sessions, try to identify individuals who, as we did in your ward a couple years ago, and we did in your ward, Councilman Jones, and others, where we're trying to reach more people and have the ability to then have continuity to have, now that we've talked to them, can we get them in a hands-on training program? Can we connect them to a job, not a career experience, which is what prior programs have offered, just a 12-week experience, not a committed apprenticeship program that I think we have the ability to do. And I think working with others, it's then to make sure that we can wrap around something we haven't been able to do, is that now that they're on the job, how can we support them? How can we provide other resources and support that help to continue? But that's really about this ecosystem, Councilman, that I don't think has existed in the
So
past.
this would bring that together, Madam Chairwoman, to the distinguished gentleman.
Yes,
That would bring this ecosystem that you're talking about.
That is the operation that I foresee in working with Ohio Means Jobs, that I believe that we have the ability, yes, to make sure that that happens.
What I want to say, because of the sake of time.
Really quick, yeah, because you're way over
Well,
15 minutes.
I do have questions on the construction side, and I certainly want to hear from the distinguished gentleman here. But I know that the distinguished lady has to leave, and I just wanted to ask her two points, and if the other two might be able to get on this, and that would be how we do the connectivity with the unions, how does that work? And it's twofold. It's with construction contractors. How do we work with those who are already black minority contractors that's ready to go? And then how do we work with young people who are in or want to get into the construction as a laborer? How does that process work? And then, distinguished lady, I appreciate it, and I know that your time is limited. You have to leave because it's getting dark. Yes, I'd like to hear from you, and then that'll be it.
Yeah.
I appreciate
And
that.
Marcia, maybe you could schedule a meeting to talk to him, you know, in person and answer all his questions. And I would recommend that you meet with, you know, this whole team.
Madam Chair, I have a solution, so.
Okay.
Oh, great. I love it.
Happy to answer, okay. So through the chair to the councilman, first of all, through the Work Now program that we've been doing in partnership with CEA and Cleveland Builds, we already have over the last 2 years, I'd say somewhere between 30 or more individuals, young people that we've gotten into the building trades, okay? And so what we're talking about now is taking that to scale. We know that if you can pilot something and get the kinks out and figure out what the process is, and then you can get the requisite resources, then you can scale it. So that's what we're talking about. The second thing, working with the minority contractors, we have a great sample in the Construction Accelerator program that we're doing in partnership with Sherwin-Williams, where we're getting individuals who want to grow to scale. We're taking them through an accelerator program, and once they're done, if they can get a contract, we're also offering them the ability to get up to a $250,000 loan that is really at an excellent rate that can help them for those challenges you talked about. Now I got the job, and I'm getting paid at a slower rate that I'm creating expenses. How do I manage the business? So those are two. When you have your finger on the pulse, of the industry and you understand what the challenges are, then you can create solutions, Councilman. And that's what I think that this initiative is poised to do. So I think where our next step that we've heard so clearly from everybody is the next step is really to take per provider that are going to be the core providers that are going to deliver on this project to look at the dollars per the outcomes, because what you all want to see is what can we hold you accountable for. We heard you loud and clear on that. And so I think looking at here are the outcomes we're going to commit to and offer, and here's per provider what each one of us are going to do, and here's the dollar amount as it aligns to the outcomes. Have we heard you?
Yes,
from
you
that
have.
perspective? Is there anything we've missed on that?
No, I think that you hit it dead smack on the nail. I mean, the nail dead on the top of his head with that comment.
Thank you, and we're going to move forward.
But I would like to hear from the distinguished gentleman here about where, Mr. Nance, about how that works with the construction end of it.
Well, specifically to the unions, I defer to my colleague,
Okay.
Mr. Shoemate.
Mr. Shoemate?
Sure. Chair and Councilman, you know, the process, as I would describe it, is creating awareness for where do you go, when do you need to go, what do you need to get there? And I think creating that transparency is something that we have striven to do here and will do more of. And I think getting out to the individual wards with a consistent message, with materials, with here's the opportunity in advance. And so there will be multiple cohorts of, opportunities for individuals to get connected. Slated this year, we have 5 cohorts that are going to run this year. Each cohort ideally would be, 18 to 20 individuals, which gets us that 100 that I talked about earlier. Last year, we placed 50 Cleveland Builds. We worked separately with the Urban League, and over the last couple of years, been able to place 30, and primarily African American. We've also worked with the Spanish American Committee and provided funding for them 2 or 3 cohorts a year in their residential neighborhood at their office over in West 44th in Lorraine. So we're in neighborhoods. We're talking to Black and Brown. We're doing things that, again, 3 or 4 years ago we hadn't done, but I think to Ms. Maccabee's standpoint, it's really how do we get this to scale? When we go into wards, and I will tell you, when we went to Ward 1, we probably had one of the largest audiences of individuals who came out. We had 85 people probably. If I could track back, I'd probably give you names and addresses and all that who attended. We had people from your ward who actually got jobs. I could give you names of those individuals, right? And so, but I think what we didn't have was that ability to track, to do follow-up, to do the case management. We work with the Urban League to do some of that in a limited basis, but we don't have the resource, self-funded, to do everything that we know needs to be done. And so I think this project will allow us to do that. There are barriers to getting in, right? If you have a felony, you can still work in construction. You may not be able to work on a police station or in a school, but you can work in other places. So the unions don't put up a barrier to entry about what one's past is. If they can show up, if they're drug-free, if they can get to the job site at 7 in the morning, that opportunity is there. We're committed as an organization, as an industry, to help provide those opportunities for City of Cleveland residents. And these funds will allow us to do that and give us a reason why we ought to be doing it in the City of Cleveland, because City of Cleveland is funding it. Other than that, I mean, we have funding from throughout the region, but I think this opportunity says we're going to do this right now in Cleveland because we have dedicated funds to scale it, to perfect it, and to follow up once a person's placed to make sure that they're successful, that there's somebody that can talk them off a cliff or walk through those tough issues that they're facing when they're on a job site. I mean, because you're going to get hazed, right? Like in sports, right? You're a rookie, you just have to do things. It's no different than probably construction where that hazing takes place because you're new and you don't know anything and somebody has to teach you and train you. But if we can help culture and condition and work people through those tough situations, I know we'll have better success and better outcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. We made and I like to make a motion and put it on the floor that that we come back, this is probably our biggest expenditure at the table, that we come back and review how the progress of the program goes. It doesn't matter if it's quarterly, but at least once, out of this year to see how they're coming and how they're, at least every 6 months to see how
Well, I was just made
things
aware
are.
that we don't need a motion. I mean, Michelle Rose is committed to coming back and giving us and providing those numbers.
Great.
So we won't motion that. But, okay, up next I have, thanks everyone for their patience. I have Councilwoman Gray and then Mauer.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for everyone's patience. It's been a long day. Thank you, as it has. Well, thank you, Chair. First thing I would want to say is that during my experience, I have been at jobs means twice. Yes, twice to work with your organization on a personal behalf when I had to. I was downsized between two other jobs in my lifetime, and I worked at your organization when it was on the Boulevard. I had to go through that twice. So I just want to let you know I understand how that organization works. I can say one thing that when I was there, the training there was exceptional. I got great training. Dealing with my resume, and then also my resume was chosen on Indeed to put out there on Indeed to help other people follow my resume because how it was structured. So, and they acknowledged that for me there when I was there. So your training is exceptional. I'm just going to give you that. I haven't been there in years, but during that time and stuff, that they acknowledged that for me, and I appreciated that when they did that for me. And also, Ms. McNamee, I know you remember me. I was at your organization, too. I went through another thing downsized from another excellent jobs. I had great jobs in my career, but I'm so happy the jobs do downsize. And I got pulled in another pool, but I worked with you at your place at your organization on 40th, and I was there with you for 3 weeks. In 2013, your summer program, SOAR program with Stokes.
Yes.
Yeah, with Stokes. I was there with you guys for 3 weeks, and I got a great program. I appreciated those 3 weeks that I spent time with your organization and met a lot of people. That was an excellent program, especially with Stokes on board. He went out and facilitated Walmart. He got Walmart, the biggest contract you had, which was $50,000, Walmart put into your program to excel a lot of the students there who came from the programs to get a job. I was there not to say waste my time, but I was there to learn because I had nothing else to do in between jobs, but I was sent there just to build my resume over again. But it was an exceptional program. But Stokes did a great job. He not only got Walmart, he also got the funding from East Cleveland, a grant from East Cleveland to have the students there to work through the East Cleveland Jobs Program. So you guys employed so many of the young men and women who came through the system to find jobs. So that's what I remember, per se, pertaining to what everyone had just said on this panel. See, that's what I learned from both of these organizations of what y'all do and what y'all have done. For me, I found jobs I found my jobs with other resources, not through neither one of your programs. When I was training there, I found other jobs on my own time through other places. But to say that the training was exceptional. So I just want to put that out there first. So however, on this particular package that you presented, $10 million is a lot. I have never seen this huge package, but we're dealing with a whole lot. We're dealing with a committee of people who have a structured program that is really phenomenal. So I can see the $10 million package among all of you guys, of what you guys bring it to the table. But however, your package is phenomenal too, and I have to echo Star on his exceptional conversation that he had with you guys. Unfortunately, I missed Councilwoman House, that he commended what House said. I can imagine what she brought to the table too, because I know House. So I'm just going to say this. For me, that $10 million is the biggest I haven't seen right now, but I understand what you're trying to do, because right now in my community, in Ward 4, I am working on a smaller package scale deal with YOU on a smaller scale deal, bringing a job structure program in Ward 4. But I'm reaching out through YOU, but also I'm reaching out to the young men and women that has no skills. And that is not in the package here. Okay, and I understand the scale that y'all looking at, but what about the young men and women that has no skill, that's looking for jobs? You know, and I know that's what job means do. They bring people in and you train, you have this training system. However, it's gonna take longer for those young men and women to acquire those type of skills to get those type of jobs. So how we know if those jobs going to go to the young men and women that's wandering around in our community, that's dealing with the problems that they're dealing with today, that we also trying to create preventable programs for them to have some type of structure, per se, and all the partners here on this, that's here on this workforce, this workforce program, who's endorsing this $10 million package. I understand why they're part of this, but they also separately work with young men and women in the community that has no skills to try to get these type of jobs that you're reaching out to the 3,000 people through these programs that already have stability in their lifestyle, because that's what you want to start off with. And I get all that, but we have a lot of lost kids who want this opportunity too. So I'm just saying that I really don't have a lot to say, because everybody said enough and a lot. It's been a long day. Yeah. But I know that our communities are poverty redlined. Yeah. And that's huge. And we cannot continue to redline them on these huge package of these great development package that you're bringing us to the table, but a lot of our lost children is still lost out of this package deal. So I'm just going to leave it like that, because everybody has said great things, and I'm echo them, but I just want to add that to the package, per se. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Go ahead.
Through the chair to the councilwoman. I do want to answer your question, because you posed one as far as I'm concerned. And that is that I will speak for the Urban League. I know, Mr. Dorn can speak for YOU, but for the Urban League, we serve the unemployed and the underemployed. And we have a program called My Brother's Keeper that is funded through an omnibus bill through Senator Sherrod Brown, to serve 300 black males, black and brown boys in our schools who are those children that you're talking about. We don't serve the cream of the crop, okay, but we serve the students in the middle, the ones who get overlooked in their schools, because many times they're invisible. They're invisible in the schools, right? They just kind of go along, do what they need to do or whatever, but they don't get into a lot of trouble, and they're not performing at the high level, so they don't get the attention. Those are the young people we go find, and we surround them with supportive services, and we help them to reach their potential. So that's, and I was the education and youth director for 20 years at the Urban League. That's my heart, and that's what I do, and that's what I love.
I know.
So.
May I respond as well? Oh, Craig, go ahead first.
To the councilman, through the chair, I would just echo, our target is exactly what you described. So we are working with unskilled, and so our piece of this, this work and this collaboration would be working with unskilled and exposing them so then they get ready for further. So you can be assured that that is a big part of the target of this initiative.
Through the chair to the councilwoman. We haven't had a chance to meet one-on-one yet, and so that's the first time I've heard of your experience with our agency in the past, and I just wanted to thank you for sharing that. It means a lot to me, and it will mean a lot to our staff. I also want to take this opportunity when we're talking about barriers that students, young people, and anyone faces is accounted for in this proposal. 1 million of the 10 million is dedicated for supportive services, which is really a transformational investment in barrier reduction. So right now at OMJ, if you're WIOA eligible, you can access supports, help, financial help for things like utility payments or bus passes. That money can be hard to access. It's not very generous, and it's not very flexible. One thing that the $1 million of this 10 does is work with the enrollees in these programs to address barriers holistically, to really truly remove the barriers that participants identified, not that we prescribe for them, as a limiting factor to them enrolling in training, persisting in training, and being placed in a job. And so I want you to know that we're thinking about that very holistically, and things like basic literacy and numeracy classes or GED attainment, for example, can be addressed through this funding. And so we see what you're raising, and I just want you to know that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
I
you.
also, to the chair,
Go ahead, Chris.
to the councilwoman, I just wanted to briefly share some context on the numbers, right? So this is a $10 million proposal. Over the last decade, from about 2010 to 2020, right, we spent about $20 billion to build things in Cleveland, things coming out of the ground and things, roads, bridges, sewers, right, $20 billion. This next decade, both reflected in our demand study that you now have access to, we are looking at the next decade being at least $20 billion, and very likely it could push close to $30 billion, given the major city projects that are going forward here at the lakefront as we look out the window. The airport could be north of $2 billion. So, and then I'll finish with this. To Councilman Jones's point, this is the first time. This is the first time that there has been a collaborative proposal to focus on workforce in the built environment. $10 million is 5% of $20 billion. And it's a smaller percent. As that demand number goes up, it becomes a smaller number. So if it feels like this is unusual, it is. If it feels like it's new, it is. And what I also hope we've been able to share today, we didn't get together to forward this proposal. This is the work that we have been doing for many years, and it's been very fragmented. We've had some successes, we've had some hits, we've had some misses. This is an opportunity to collaborate in a serious way across a number of opportunities. So I'll pause there. Thank you. I interrupted you, I'm sorry.
Okay, just one more thing, Marla. Thank you. Chair, one more question. Due to what you guys collaborated together, we have OEO here at City Hall, and they are not on the list. Will that be a department that you be collaborating with? Because I know that department sustains a lot of jobs in Ward 4. You know, Zach Reed comes into Ward 4, and he assured and makes sure that we have a percentage of our black young workers, men and women, be on these construction projects. And every time he comes into Ward 4, he always called to let me know, him or Tyson. I'm aware they're coming in to do what they did, have to do, and when they leave out, we have these black and brown faces on these construction jobs, wherever, how they need to go, to go reach them, they do that. So just ensure that that department, for myself and my ward, and for the Ward 4 and the constituents, they getting something from what the city stood up and said, we're going to do this from this particular department. So is that ensured that that's going to be a collaborated effort to work with that particular, the OEO department as well, because it's not on the list? Just want to bring that out. Okay.
Yeah, the short answer
Thank you, Chair.
to the chair, to the councilwoman, yes.
Chairwoman may also add something, which is a lot of the original areas of focus too were informed by my work with my fellow chiefs and directors, like sustainability, like planning, like capital projects, because they have anticipated future demand as well for the projects that they are undertaking that we've already committed and funded here at the city level as well. And so there should be strong integration and hopefully hiring of some of these prepared workers for those eventual projects.
Madam Chair, if I can make a couple
Go ahead,
of
Glenn.
points or observations in response to maybe answer some of Councilwoman Gray's comments and others, that the exposure is really the first part of how can we expose young or old to what the opportunity is. And I think there's commitment to do that, and it doesn't require any more than a willingness to show up. And you don't, in order to become a union plumber or union carpenter, electrician, or laborer, we're not asking you to bring any skill. We're asking you really to be a blank piece of paper that is drug-free, that is willing to show up at 7 or 8 in the morning and work in hot and cold conditions for a starting $50,000 a year job, and probably in 3 to 5 years, you are at an $80,000 job. And they're going to train you as you're going through this process without you having to bring anything except a willingness, right? And as I said before, past records or any of that doesn't matter. Only certain projects will it become an impediment. There is a real opportunity, I think, to create middle-class jobs, right? Earning $50,000 to $70,000 with no expense to be trained. And that's from starting at day one when you get into a program. And so some of our efforts are not to say we're going to have a 6-month training program. I mean, our program is really, be it at an urban league, it's a 6-week, and it's a SOAR program in the first 3 weeks. And then maybe it's the construction piece the last 2 or 3 weeks where they're getting more hands-on industry. Cleveland Builds is meant to be a 24-hour program, but if you come ready, willing, and able, we will train you, we will place you within a month that you could be working without having any prior background or experience. With the young people, it's kind of the same thing. We're taking young people in high school, and if they're willing to show up and kind of hang out with us for a couple hours, we will walk them through what the career opportunities are, what the process is. If they don't want to go to college, we'll try to get them into the trades. They don't want to go to the trades. Again, these technician level positions of engineering and design, or other office space opportunities in construction are all available really for those who are quote unquote ready, willing, and able. The other piece of this is really about sustainability though, right? It takes, in order for there to, and we ask for public projects and private projects to pay prevailing wage, which allows unions to at least be at pay the fringes, pay the benefits, to earn that, fair pay for the workers. But what it really means for you as council people is that people who live in your ward who are now making middle income jobs, who can live in your ward, who can support your ward, that money that is being spent on a construction project, be it downtown or in your neighborhood, your residents from your neighborhood get to live in your neighborhood with middle-class, sustainable wages. And projects start and stop, right? They're going to build a building, whatever guardians. It's going to take 2 or 3 years, right? But when that job's over, in the union space, those employees are not just on that project, but they're connected to a trade, and that trade continues. They can change employers 20 times. Their pay, their benefits, their pension all stays with them. In order for them to do that, we need sustainable projects and jobs, right? And so the community benefit agreement, project labor agreements, all those pieces have to work in concert in order for us to have the sustainability. But it starts with just a willingness of an individual to say, I'm interested, I will show up, I will be accountable to, learn, to show up every day and do a good job, and we'll train them. We'll give them that career in construction. And young people the same. And again, you don't have to want to be the hard, dirty, backbreaking work, right? Because there are office positions, there are civil engineering positions, Councilwoman, that one could, go into. And again, where you start, you may start as a laborer not knowing anything or a carpenter not knowing anything. Councilman Starr talked about Shakori Davis, Next Generation. He came out of over in one of the neighborhoods in 55th and Woodland, out of the projects. He would tell you in his story, right, that he got in trouble along the way. He got into a carpentry program as an apprentice. Within 3 years, he graduates. He starts doing work. He starts taking that trade and building homes, rehabbing homes on his own. He's now a union carpenter who employs 45 union carpenters. And a carpenter starts at 20, but a journey person is probably at $37 to $38 an hour with benefits on top of that. So his payroll could be $500,000 a week. He's employing a black African-American out of, King Kennedy or one of the estates there, but is doing great work. But his business is only 12 years old. Wow. He didn't exist in 2010. I mean, he was probably just getting started. Yeah. But today he's grown. So that's just one example. I could talk to you about Arian Kirkpatrick, AKA another person that didn't, she would tell you she was bankrupt, no money, yada, 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 serial employer, got into construction, and now probably employs 50 people easily on her construction side, in her construction team, plus her other business interests that she has. And these are people working on major projects around town. They're doing Guardians, they're doing Cleveland Clinic, they're doing the schools, they're doing Sherwin-Williams. And these are black male, black female. There's Latino companies, Adrian Maldonado and M. Rivera, all part of our ecosystem that we're trying to help.
And thank you, Grace, great to hear. I just want to throw this out. I have 2 girlfriends that been into this, they've been journeyman twice. They got 2 degrees. And that's been in steel workers for over 50 years, and they coming out from retirement. So I do understand. They done. I can bring them to.
No, but they can be a resource to train and share their life experience with others.
They are phenomenal. And my girlfriends would say, "Hey, you know what? Come on and try." I was like, nope, that's not me. I don't have the muscles for it. They did, but they love what they've done, and they coming out of retirement over 50 years of being a steel worker, whatever they were. They just phenomenal black women, and they still my best girlfriends today, over 50 years of friendship, and I have admired them all my life to take that road, and they fell in love with it. So I can, because they retiring out, they can help, to find resources and also give speeches and show young black women and women that they have done this. And it was back in the 70s when they went into the schools, that, when they went and trained, and they coming out in 2023. So this is how long they have done that job. So I definitely understand the background of it all and stuff, but I just said things have changed over time. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gray. And then last but not least, I wasn't sure, Chris. Okay. Councilwoman Mauer.
Thank you. I'll be brief because I know it's been a long day for everyone at the table. But I want to say through my conversations with you and with others here that I truly feel like this is one of the most catalytic, potentially impactful projects that we've had come across our desk for ARPA. And, we have looked at ARPA dollars in other, obviously, key areas, things like housing. But that will be a drip in someone's life. If you need a new roof, but everything else is going wrong, you can get that roof fixed. But if other things aren't going right, you're going to be stuck in the same economic position that you've been in that got you to that roof having issues. And so the idea of really game-changing workforce development that can get Clevelanders into the jobs that they deserve, that give them a higher quality of life, is truly so exciting to me. And so I just want to put a cap on the day and maybe just, put maybe a feel or get a sense of a few people who might be impacted by this. So if I could ask the panel, could you just give me an example? Let's say that you are, you have a contracting business, you're a minority-owned contracting business. When this is in place, what's that going to feel like for you? What are the changes that you are going to experience in your day-to-day operations? Through the chair to the panel.
So if I can, certainly, again, we have 400 contractors we work with that are union contractors. Last year, we created a program that is a pathway for non-union to be partnered with us, to become kind of affiliate or associate members, to help expose them, to create relationships with them, to help train them so that they can grow in their actual work and in their business. The existing 45 or so diverse female, Black, and Latino companies that we have all need workers as they gain contracts. So the scaling is what's important, right? So how can we help them scale and grow?
And if I can clarify my question, I really put us in their shoes.
Sure.
You are that contractor. What is it going to be like when you own that business?
Sure. I think for one, they have access to resources. They have access to contacts that they previously may not have had, understand principles and education and means and methods, that there are financial resources that the Urban League has or that other ECDI, connecting them to the ecosystem is really what we're talking about, and that they're not a standalone by themselves, but there's places they can go, organizations, be it West Side with the Hispanic Chamber, be it East Side with the Urban League, be it with GCP, be it with our organization CAA or other places. So I think the elevation of what we're all doing and the resources we have will make a difference. And so if it is and again, I could give you stories of people who businesses didn't exist, as I did in Shakori and AKA, Next Generation AKA, to identify more of those companies, to connect them to training, education, relationships, supply houses, where to get their materials. I think we can greatly assist them in doing that, and then connect them to owners and projects that are looking for, and you as council people have a significant voice or opportunity, and even through the community benefit ordinance piece that's coming up, I think we'll all create additional opportunities where projects and developers, institutional and others, will understand that here's the expectation that we need to hire City of Cleveland residents, we need to hire diverse firms, from the City of Cleveland, and it's really, I think, the growth of what that group of contractors really look like.
And through the chair to the councilwoman, I would say the power of a partner or partners. Because one of the things that we know is that for some of these contractors, trying to work through a quagmire of understanding what to do, and Councilman Jones explained that very well about what he went through. We can help folks understand how to become certified, MBE and EDGE certified. We can help, that takes them to one level. How to become bankable for access to resources. That's another level of opportunity. And then how to become bonded. So it helps to take them up the ladder to different levels of opportunity to grow with somebody who can hold your hand and walk you through. All of those services are free. And I can't tell you how many businesses come to us where they've paid other folks to help them develop a business plan, to help them become bankable, to help them to get certified. And all of those services are free at the Urban League, and there are others, but we can help hold their hand and walk them through to the different services and help them to be empowered now to make connections, because we can also connect them to resources that are from our other partners.
I'd like to also, to the chair and to the councilwoman, because I know he would not mind us sharing some of the specifics. My colleague Glenn Shoemate mentioned Shakori Davis. We have an initiative, and we're going to do this for the 15 to 20 firms that we're going to engage as a part of this process. We've had a practice at the GCP for a number of years called Boardroom to Boardroom, and we invited Shakori Davis into that process. He said, Chris, why is your process going to be any different than these other 3 or 4 processes that I've been through around business development and business growth? I said, Shakori, you just got to trust me. He was in the ballpark of doing $9 to $10 million a year when we did this program a couple years ago. He's now north of 35 to 40 and growing.
Wow.
As a direct result of our recruiting a management consulting firm to sit with him for 6 months to develop a comprehensive business plan, an outreach plan. He already had good relationships. He already had good track record. We also put in the actual boardroom, then we have, after that 6-month period of time, we have a boardroom just like this board table, and it's almost like a Shark Tank thing. And folks were able to challenge Shakori on his business plan. And we put 3, 4 of the largest employers in town who are building major projects. He now is doing business with every one of those folks, right? We are in a position to help people grow in some significant ways. Now, not everybody wants to do what Shakori is doing right now, and that's okay. That's okay. But I think what we've tried to represent today is that we can meet the sole proprietor and encourage them to hire one person. We can meet up with someone who's in the neighborhood who wants to do lead abatement, who wants to fix their house. And we also are in a position to introduce people who are ready to perform at the next level on these billions of dollars of projects that are coming forward, to play a significant role, and then concurrently to hire other folks from the community. So I'll pause there. That's my example.
Great, thank you. I feel like those were really helpful, and if I could try to maybe sum up what were some really exceptional, helpful answers. You know, in 10 years or 20 years, we look back on this and someone's kind of talking about this experience of what it was like before this was in place versus after. You know, what I'm hearing from you guys is that, you know, we have contractors who just keep hitting barriers. It's like, okay, why is this so hard? I don't have the capital. I don't have the workforce. I don't have the things I need. And so I have this vision for a growing business, but I can't get there. But after we did this, it was like there was a menu of options, a place to go, you know, a network. Do you think that's a good summary of sort of what we're offering here today? Great.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. I support that, and I want that to happen. So thank you for their time this evening.
Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mauer, and you kind of summed up what I was going to close with, which I know it's a significant amount. However, when we talk about crime and poverty, I mean, if you're not investing in workforce, we're never going to move our city forward. And I mean, ARPA dollars, I think we approved about $20 million for public safety, and so, you know, it should have been more of the other way around. So I had a chance to meet you in GCC, and I've heard your background and just your resume, very impressive. Thank you for coming to Cleveland and working on workforce, and just everyone else that's surrounding you, Glenn, you know, Chris, and Marsha, and Craig. Like, this is not work that they just started yesterday. I mean, they've been working on this for years and, you know, planting those seeds. So I trust in your team and the work that you're going to do, and I'm just looking forward to hear just the progress and the outcomes of this program. So I don't think we have any other questions. A question? Or
Yes,
we're
it's a
convening?
question. It seems like this collaboration is going to be a great collaboration. Who is the contact person, so if citizens who are listening on the audience, in addition to council members, who do we direct the traffic to, because this is a collaboration of a lot of parts? To you?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your time and your patience. This meeting's adjourned. Oh, yes, okay, sorry about that. I said it's a long day. Okay, so any other questions? And so ordinance number 86, 2023 is approved. If you could please sign, and then we'll hear this in finance. Thank you. Now it's adjourned.